Parmenish Ramgobin. Let's all sing along with this young man. Thank you.
Dear land of Guyana, of rivers and plains, made rich by the sunshine and lush by the rain, set gem-like and fair between mountains and sea. Your children salute you, dear land of the free.
Sergeant at Arms. Where's the Sergeant at Arms?
Honorable members, I will now call the names of those persons who... Oh, sorry.
Please be seated, everyone. Thank you.
Go back.
Honorable members, I will now call the names of those persons who have become members of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament. Will honorable members kindly answer as their names are called? Ms. Crystal Smart. Here. Mr. Daniel Singh.
Here.
Miss Terry McRae.
Here.
Mr. Yadram Totaram.
Here.
Miss Colleen Embleton.
Here.
Mr. David Hassan.
Here.
Miss Ariel Ashby.
Here.
Mr. Marcus Liu.
Here.
Miss Siobhan Joseph.
Here.
Miss Amisha LaRose. Mr. Nelvin Siram.
Here.
Miss Tiffany Williams.
Here.
Miss Bibi Kanhai.
Here.
Miss Jilly Marcello.
Here.
Mr. Julius Marquise.
Here.
Miss Christina Roberts.
Here.
Miss Yeryl Downer.
Here.
Miss Sarah Danraj.
Here.
Honorable Gamisha Samlal. Honorable Sikai Jones.
Here.
Honorable Caroline Plata.
Here.
Honorable Taisha Moore.
Here.
Honorable Daniel Dowding.
Here.
Honorable Deirdre Ferreira.
Here.
Honorable Natalia Henry.
Here.
Honorable Adrian King.
Here.
Honorable Parmesh Ramgobin.
Here.
Honorable Jahim James.
Here.
Honorable Sharita Prasad.
Here.
Honorable Marquise Benjamin.
Here.
Honorable Whitney Johnny.
Here.
Honorable Bloom Lima.
Here.
Honorable Bruce Bernard.
Here.
Honorable Amia Atta Leeward.
Here.
Honorable Ashmani Jaigobin. Okay. Honorable Afina Wolford.
Here.
Honorable Divine Calichesi.
Here.
Honorable members, my first duty is in accordance with Standing Order number 2 of the Standing Orders of the Youth Parliament of Guyana to elect a person to be the Speaker of the Assembly, and I accordingly invite nominations. The floor is open.
Mr. Clerk, I propose Ms. Brittany Valladares to be the Speaker of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Minister. Are there any further nominations for the position of Speaker? There being no further nominations, I therefore declare Ms. Brittany Valderas duly elected Speaker of the Junior Category of the Assembly of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament of Guyana. I invite Ms. Valderas to come forward and to take the oath.
I, Brittany Valdares, do hereby solemnly declare that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people of Guyana, that I will faithfully execute the office of member of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that in the execution of functions of that office, I will honor, uphold, and preserve the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Honorable members, the oath will now be administered to members of the House by the Clerk of the Assembly. In order to save time, the Clerk will invite all honorable members to take their oath at the same time. Upon this invitation, you will stand, hold the religious book in your right hand. If you so wish, read your oath form, then sit and sign the form. This is to save time and comply with some of the coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 protocol. Thank you very much.
I invite honorable members to make and subscribe the oath.
I invite the clerk to read the prayers.
Almighty God, we who are here gathered together, do most humbly beseech Thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, Thine aid and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead that all the people of this fair land may enter into that state of brotherhood and unity where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action.
Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, with us today are former honorable members of the National Assembly, Mr. John Adams and Ms. Africo Selman, as well as former youth parliamentarian, Ms. Miracle Miller, who will serve as judges of the junior category of this year's youth parliament. There will be two best speakers adjourned, one from the government and one from the opposition. Mr. Clark.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions on notice, statements by ministers, including policy statements, personal explanation, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government business, motion.
Honorable members, the first motion stands in the name of the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. Honorable Minister Sharida Prasad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move the motion standing in my name, safe usage of Guyana's roadways. Honorable Speaker, distinguished members of the opposition, good morning to you all. As the Minister of Home Affairs, it is my responsibility to ensure the safety of our nation's people. And it is under that purview that I present to you this issue today. Guyana Police Force statistics have shown that there has been a 37% increase of road fatalities and deaths are rising by 42% for 2020. We all live in this country and it could not have escaped your attention that the amount of deaths, injuries, and accidents are occurring. The state of affairs on our roads is dangerous. It is not the prominent issues of physical infrastructure, potholes, and broken stoplights, but the way in which drivers and law enforcement operate. Being contributor and observer of these occurring accidents, respectively, Madam Speaker, the reality is nothing more but a nightmare exists. As we continue to lose innocent lives of mothers, brothers, and sisters, which is nothing short of pure sadness. Recently, I realized, Madam Speaker, we can be sitting in our own yard, and just because it is near a road that facilitates the Wild West, it may not be so safe anymore. That is why we would like to introduce this motion to the floor, safe usage of Guyana's roadways. Our aim here is to by all means safeguard our citizens and by extension our road users. As the task continues to help with the reducing of road accidents, questions are being amplified. First, Madam Speaker, why are road accidents so common? Of course, road accidents are made by many different factors, including overconfident drivers. Overconfident drivers fail to give driving the concentration it deserves. Overspeeding. Excess speed can cause a driver to lose control of their vehicles. According to the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, NHTSA, speeding is the #1 cause of fatal accidents across the nation. Overtaking in the wrong manner. You will see drivers overtaking at turns or at double lines. Traffic Chief Superintendent Ramesh Ashram disclosed that majority of accidents are caused by speeding, driving under the influence of alcohol, and being on cell phones while driving. Secondly, Madam Speaker, what are the long-term effects of complacency on this issue? The WHO, which is the World Health Organization, found that accidents are the leading cause of death for young people ages 15 to 29. who could have benefited the economy greatly. Road accidents involving pregnant women can kill both the mother and the child, and if they survive, it is very likely that the child may have some birth defects caused by the trauma of the accident. Also, a high accident rate can cause citizens hesitance to roads, fearing that an accident is imminent. As we continue to mourn the senseless road fatalities of loved ones, Madam Speaker, what can be done about this nightmare? Drivers should not use or be found with any form of contraband or alcohol while driving on the public road. Any driver found with them shall face a heavy fine at the police station. Drivers should keep within speed limits. Anyone caught above the speed limit will also suffer a heavy fine. Madam Speaker, the government will take it upon itself a renovation program fixing debilitated traffic lights and stop signs across Guyana to ensure the public that we care and that we are serious about the safety on the streets. But how can we tie this all together? Through a new and improved version of our very own White Knight program, a program we launched in November of 2016 by the Guyana National Road Safety Council in collaboration with the Guyana Police Force and the media. Due to its immense success the previous year, the program aimed to reduce road fatalities by 50%. In accordance with the United Nations Decade for Action for Road Safety goals, as well as to discourage the act of drunk driving, Madam Speaker, do you think it worked? Of course it did. In an interview with the media, one Ramona Droog stated that in that period of November 2016, only 6 deaths due to road accidents were reported compared to the 15 reported in the same time period the previous year. Mr. Droog went on to say that the only reason the program was relaunched was due to its immense success in the year 2015. Madam Speaker, I believe if that number can go from 15 to 6 in 1 year, through proactive dialogue, it can work without a doubt. Can be reduced further to put an end of this horror. Hence why, Madam Speaker, we call on all drivers, road users, and citizens to not only obey the law, but to also be considerate of their own lives and the lives of those around them. Your lives matter, and profound tears flowing from the road must stop Guyanese. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister. Before I propose the motion, the head of Guyana Learning Channel, Ms. Anisha Mohammed, is here with us today and is serving as a distinguished judge. Welcome, Ms. Mohammed. The motion is proposed. I now call upon Honorable Ariel Ashby, Shadow Minister of Natural Resources.
A pleasant good morning to you all. Madam Speaker, allow me to begin with a necessary quote. According to a Cartoon News article and report found online by International Monetary Fund, if the missionary necessaries is unable to source our natural resources, such as bauxite, gold, diamond, etc., our country will not be able to obtain the necessary GDP to raise our standard of living for Guyanese. As the Shadow Minister of Natural Resources, I stand to see change in this wonderful land of Guyana. And it is with great pleasure that I rise to support my colleagues on the motion Safe Usage of Guyana's Roadways. Madam Speaker, please allow me to respond on my contribution. First, let me examine community environmental awareness. I'd like to start with environmental cause of harm when it comes to the safe use of Guyana roadways. There has been a significant increase in how much people abuse the roadways in a variety of ways, such as causing massive potholes, drinking and driving, disobeying speed limits, using cell phone while driving, not wearing seatbelts, and failing to implement proven measures to mitigate such risks, which should save lives annually, but still not being addressed. According to Senior Superintendent Ramesh Ashram from the Traffic Department during a radio program on the Voice of Guyana titled Police and You, was in which the 20th of May 2021, as a member of Police Force Traffic Department, we are to ensure that the road is safe to use by motorists, pedestrians, pedal cyclists, on a 24-hour basis. Madam Speaker, as a Shadow Minister of Natural Resources, I am deeply worried because such road traffic incidents are causing an increasing number of individuals to lose their loved ones, and the majority of cases leaving people with severe injuries. These road traffic accidents also request a fewer of broken traffic signals, lights, lampposts, bridge rails, and roadside curbs on the roadway. This must recognize citizens' vulnerabilities as well as the lack of experience developmental requirements. This is critical since not only youngest but also elders are being affected. The vast majority of injuries and road traffic deaths are preventable, and they continue to be the major development and public health issues with extensive social and economic. If unaddressed, will impede progress towards improved road safety. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to bring up another essential point. Guyana requires a more extensive road network along the coast, particularly around Georgetown. Guyana is still dealing with excessive traffic on a daily basis. After 55 years of independence, currently there is still considerable build-up of traffic every day, leading all residents to lose time. People are buying more cars, but little is being done to alleviate daily traffic congestion. According to a press release issued by the Minister of Public Works on September 21, 2020, a total of 100,000 automobiles are being registered. More vehicles are being imported into the country than highways are being constructed. On a daily basis, one would notice a significant build-up of traffic along the east bank of Demerara near the Harbour Bridge. According to the traffic chief in a press release, traffic congestion in Georgetown and along the east bank of Demerara is a nightmare for thousands of commuters traversing the roadway. However, relief is in the pipeline as impending construction of the Diamond Ogle Bypass Road has progressed to the point
Member, you have 30
where
seconds
the
remaining.
project contracted is likely to be awarded by this year end, as of 2020, end quote. Only the contract was awarded to date. The road is not completed as yet. As a result, thousands of commuters are still that daily nightmare. Secondly, lack of resources. According to the 2020 budget, how much of the budget pie was allocated to road repairs? And let me stress, proper road
Thank you,
maintenance.
Honourable Member. Your time is up. I now invite Ms. Honorable Natalia Henry, Minister of Natural Resources.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House, and members of the public. A pleasant morning to everyone. Indeed, it is an alarming issue, the amount of road fatalities our country experiences per year, which has caused our country to suffer enormously. Madam Speaker, there is a reason the opposition is the opposition. In 2019, the opposition allocated $38.5 billion to infrastructure, part of which was supposed to go to road building. And according to an article posted by the Guyana Times, in 2019, Guyana received a record of 124 road fatalities. Madam Speaker, 85% of road crashes affect the economically productive group of people that ages range from anywhere between 15 to 64 years, according to the World Bank Group in 2016. In accordance with the World Health Organization, road crashes are the 8th leading cause of death globally among children and young people ages between 5 to 29. This is quite alarming, since road accidents result in the reduction of population, meaning that there will be less people to develop our country's natural resources. One must understand that when road accidents occur on our country's roads, they not only devastate family and cause the lives of our beloved citizens, but they also take a massive toll on our country's resources. I must also mention that road accidents are harmful for the environment in more ways than you might think. The first and perhaps the most important reason is that they result in gas leaks. which emit harmful chemicals into the air that are toxic for most living things. Also, gas leaks can run the risk of causing a fire. One such example is of the 2 parked lorries and a car that went up in flames following an accident that occurred on Montrose East Coast Demerara on the 4th of November 2020. Now, think about what happens after a car accident. Most car owners involved would need to get their cars repaired. And it may not come to mind at first, but car repairers see a lot of steel and fuel being used. That is on its own a great impact on emissions being released. I'd now like to remind you that some car accidents are so traumatic and massive that they leave behind damage on our country's roads. As of last November, it was estimated that there will be a $4.3 billion excess to facilitate medical responses and to execute repairs caused by road accidents. Additionally, the equipment used to repair these roads can have a damaging effect on the environment, not to mention that roads are made of tarmac, which is on its own damaging for the environment. In the government's motion, we are suggesting a more cost-efficient approach to this problem, educating our citizens about road safety. Madam Speaker, according to an article published by the World Health Organization on the 21st of June 2021, increased average speed is directly related to a crash occurring and the severity of the consequences of that crash. Driving under the influence of alcohol or any drug substance increases the risk of a car crash that results in death or serious injury. Wearing helmets correctly can lessen the likeliness of a fatal injury by approximately 42% and head injury by 69%. Wearing a seat belt reduces the risk of death among drivers and front seat occupants by up to 40% and 25% for back seat occupants. This, Madam Speaker, is just one of the many pieces of statistical evidence that proves if our drivers and road users are just more cautious, can seriously reduce the amount of road fatalities we experience annually, since the risk of death is drastically reduced by the actions of our road users. A similar program, the White Knight program, was launched in late 2016. The subsequent year, road fatalities decreased drastically and did not go above the 37 fatalities mark while the campaign was active. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'm confident in this motion, and I'm certain that it will not only have a positive effect on Guyanese society, but will also help create a greener Guyana and safer roads for all Guyanese. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable David Hassan, Shadow Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, the floor is yours.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker. All protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I hereby call attention to the damaging impact of road crashes and related deaths and injuries, and on long-term national economic growth and the unequal progress across regions in Guyana. Most accidents that happen are not because of the citizens or the tourists, but mostly because of the poor behavior of the citizens and the poor behavior of citizens. Guyana is not. I believe that ensuring roadways are made safe is essential when encouraging tourists to visit our country. Do you think that tourists would want to visit a country that has reports of frequent robberies? On the 31st of July 2021, a video was posted by the Guyana Action News where 2 tourists were choked and robbed at the Stabroek area, Georgetown. Do you think that is the experience that the tourists wanted when they came to Guyana? Tourists should not live in fear when visiting our country. This is why I feel the need for more police patrols and police outputs at known hotspots. Roads need to be repaired so large trucks wouldn't start traffic congestions, and wouldn't slow up progress in agriculture produce and gold mining. As a result, this may slow down economic growth in Guyana. If roads were fixed, there would be an increase in development of Guyana. Speed up the shift towards safer and cleaner and more energy efficient and affordable modes of transport and promote higher levels of physical activity, such as walking, cycling, and integrating these modes with use of public transportation to achieve sustainability. Think about the amount of carbon monoxide we breathe in daily, whereas the other solutions that will lessen the amount of pollution to make Guyana a greener and energy efficient country. Such can only happen in Guyana if we use non-renewable resources to reduce the amount of power plants and factories. Also, electric vehicles may do us an advantage. In conclusion, I support this motion and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deidre Ferreira, Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, I invite you to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Madam Speaker, esteemed members of the government, the opposition, along with the public, a very good morning to all. As we all are aware that the improper use of the roadways in Guyana has been a very unsettling issue throughout the past years. How so? Well, not only does this issue put the lives of our dear citizens at risk, but also those of foreign nationals. Individuals who yearn to experience new adventure, those who venture out into the unknown, not knowing of what tomorrow will bring. Many tourists and other travelers make international trips without much information on road safety, and they tend to find themselves in destination countries and situations, particularly in the developing world, where they suddenly face real danger, with greatly increased risk of being injured or killed on the road. Madam Speaker, as a tourist, would you visit a country with a high accident rate? Definitely not. You would prefer to visit a safer country where your safety is guaranteed. But how does this affect the country that you chose not to visit? Well, first off, less tourists would mean a reduction in revenue for our country. And not only that, there will also be a reduction in jobs, less development of infrastructure, since tourism is one of Guyana's leading service sector and an important foreign exchange earner within our country. So therefore, a high road accident rate will most likely repel tourists. That is why it is extremely important that our government, whose economy relies on international tourism for much of its growth and development, to work on improving the safety of its roads, not only for our visitors, but also for our very own population alike. Additionally, improper usage of the roadways can also lead to a loss in assets to businesses. The truck was laden with beers from Banks DIH, all of which were scattered along the roadway. The beverages, which were worth some $3 million, were being transported from the company's main office in Georgetown to East Barbies. So, from this clipping of this article, we can conclude that yes, unsafe usage of the roadways in Guyana does have a negative impact not only on other ministries, thus taking lives and causing injuries to our dear citizens and visitors, but it also has consequential effects on the businesses throughout this country, along with our economy as well. As a government, we wish to eliminate this problem of unsafe usage of our roadways completely. But sadly, there will be road users out there who, despite all of our efforts, to make the public aware that their decision to be reckless when using the roadways not only affects them, but also the members of the society, along with our country's economic health. Will still continue to use the roadways in a lackadaisical manner. What we can do, though, is only hope that the majority of individuals residing in this country sees things through our perspective and take note that their actions...
Honorable Minister, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that their actions not only affects them, but also affects others. And going forward, may we all resolve to exercise more caution when using the roadways. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Julie Marcelo, Shadow Minister of Public Works, I invite you to speak. Honorable Bloon Limo, Minister of Public Works, the floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, honorable members and honorable colleagues and members of the opposition, I'd like morning to you all. I rise to add to this motion that my government proposes to ensure the extreme safety when using the roadways. Accidents are like fires, they spread quickly and destroy everything in their path. When uncontrolled, they lead to havoc and pain equal to their spread. Indeed, the increasing incidence of accidents in Guyana have led to an increase in suffering for victims, deaths through fatalities, and causes for the country as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, accidents result in destruction to public property and cost the state, the economy as a whole. In 2017, at Vidinu, there was a triple collision in which one of the drivers lost consciousness and collided with a utility pole and a transmission. There were blackouts for 1 week. Furthermore, the then government allocated $32.8 billion on road repairs. In November 2020 budget, $4.3 billion were set aside for road accidents. Madam Speaker, I aim to use my time allotted to connect road accidents to infrastructural damage and prove that this motion has great potential to change their attitude towards road safety will be likely to work if carried out in a prudent manner. Madam Speaker, as I have already mentioned, the government has spent more money than it should. That could have gone to better causes. Because we are stuck repairing utility poles and roads, drivers do not control where they are out of control vehicles would strike, and oftentimes public property is not singled out as a no-go zone. Hence, situations like that in the region occur, and the government ends up spending millions upon billions of dollars completely for an avoidable problem. Avoidable, yes, my friends. Road traffic accidents are not an inevitable characteristic of nature. They are artificial faults caused by human error. According to Dr. Jonathan Rollison, Dr. Shirley Ridgeth, and others, in the 2018 article in the Journal for Accident Analysis and Prevention, the primary causes of road accidents are speeding, loss of control, and failure to detect another vehicle. These are the results of lack of skill and experience and mistaken behaviors displayed by drivers. Furthermore, Guyana's traffic chief, Mr. Lyndon Iles, identified drunken driving and speeding as the cause in 90% of road accidents in Guyana. Why do people indulge in this behavior? Are they not aware of the risk? If so, it is this government's duty to make them aware. And this motion will see to that. If they are aware of the risk, but due to overconfidence in their driving abilities or lucky they continue to engage in such such risky practices. Is the government's motion likely to remedy this issue? Ladies and gentlemen, this attitude is obviously flawed and also can be changed. Professor of Psychology, Dr. Charles Stanger, reported that global businesses spend around $500 million annually on advertisements. Why do people do this? Because advertisements are known to influence the attitude and decisions of the people they appeal to. One way in which the government plans to appeal to citizens is through campaigns, through the use of campaigns. While we do not aim on making it overwhelmingly expensive, we are sure that if prudence is taken in making consciousness and resonant appeals to Guyanese, people's attitude will change. Furthermore, driver education programs have been proven to reduce the number of accidents due to recklessness and overconfidence.
Minister, you have 30 seconds remaining.
The government also moves for such program. Madam Speaker, hundreds of people have died in this country at the hands of road accidents, and have been put in pain at the hands of road accidents. Many are crippled at the hands of road accidents. Many lost their loved ones at the hands of road accidents. When is this grief, this suffering, this agony to end? How is it to end? It begins with us. Madam Speaker, members of the opposition, even if best infrastructure were to be provided, if the citizens do not cooperate.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time is up.
Madam Speaker, I move to give the honourable member, I move to ask for an extra minute for the honourable member.
Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Yes. Madam Speaker, members of the opposition, even if best infrastructure were to be provided, if the citizens do not cooperate, it will all be in vain. Reaching out to the masses will change the mind of the masses. The problem begins with us. It ends with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Sarah Danraj, Leader of the Opposition, I invite you to the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the words of Anthony Sloan, government should protect people and regulate corporations, not protect corporations and regulate people. With this quote, as the leader of the opposition, I stand firmly today to raise my voice on a very persistent issue that has been threatening the safety of our Guyanese citizens for quite some time. Consequently, I rise to challenge the proposition made by the government, which simply and merely seeks to appeal to our people of Guyana to exercise extreme caution when using their roadways, in hopes of solving a problem that requires much more than just a simple request. Madam Speaker, whether a pedestrian, a driver, or a motorcyclist, their lives are all jeopardized when they use the roads. Beloved family and friends are abandoned with grief and trauma, and orphaned children are left hungry, homeless, and lost. According to iNews Guyana in 2020, the Guyana Police Force reported that between January and July of that same year, 80 accidents occurred, resulting in the loss of 84 lives. And Madam Speaker, the year wasn't even over yet. This is intolerable. However, I recognize that by exercising utmost caution and care on the road, damage to property and emotional burden will be reduced and can be reduced. The question, however, should be, what is the assurance of safety? What can the government do to ensure that the citizens sleep better at night? At the absolute least, we can provide sufficient resources to protect our most valuable resources, our Guyanese citizens. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I respectfully request that you allow the opposition to examine the effectiveness and efficiency of the adopted processes. We want to see a reform in ensuring the safety of Guyanese citizens on our roadways. This is 2021. This is the 21st century, where it is meant to be the age of new technology and flying cars, and despite being pleased with the lights that were installed in 2007, 14 years later, we're still unable to even see our roads, even with the few working lights. As a result of this negligence and lack of maintenance, drivers and even pedestrians are left in the dark.
In fact, an article in the Guyana Times newspaper 2019 exposes the malfunctioning resources, such as the traffic lights at the railway embankment road, which are left perpetually flashing. Furthermore, in an effort to curb speeding to prevent accidents, it may just be the source of confusion that causes them. And evidently, it is not just about supplying, it is also about maintaining. Madam Speaker, on the related subject, we are all aware of the severity of the issue of drunk driving. And in truth, the traffic chief informed the public in the Guyana Chronicles newspaper in November 2019 that over 90% of fatal road accidents are caused by drunk driving. However, while citizens share some responsibility, we cannot ignore the absence of enforcement, which will only encourage civilians to continue their acts. Furthermore, although being adopted in an attempt to address this issue, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act 2008 regulations and rules are not being followed as strictly as they should. I gratefully acknowledge the efforts of our police officers and other social workers. However, I can't help but consider that the reason for this lack of enforcement is that our officers are deprived of the resources necessary to enforce the law. According to Stabroek News in 2014, Guyana should have at least 50 fully functioning breathalyzer kits. And as a result, while I applaud the introduction of 3 kits that year, which was a much-needed departure from unreliable resources, I ask, what about the 47 remaining breathalyzer kits? Madam Speaker, it appears that although being aware that drunk driving is one of the leading causes of fatality and family grief, our country lacks adequate resources to actually police the rules. So how can we just urge citizens to take preventative measures to reduce drunk driving when our own law enforcement uses faulty and outdated breathalyzers or even none at all? Guyana is the home of our diversified people. People we owe it to protect, nurture, and assist. As a result, Madam Speaker, if I may, I would like to offer a solution that stimulates the development and deployment of current and future technology. This will increase accessibility of majority of areas of road safety, ranging from crash prevention to trauma care. And belatedly, we urge the heads of Parliament and government to increase the urgency of improving road safety by mobilizing adequate national leadership. And in order to achieve a 50% reduction in this carnage, consequently, we invite the National Assembly to support the content of this declaration in order to fulfill our vision of a safer Guyana. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Nelvin C. Ram, Shadow Minister of Home Affairs. I invite you to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government's first duty and highest obligation should be public safety. With this quote, Madam Speaker, said by famous actor and former politician Arnold Schwarzenegger, I humbly stand before you as the Shadow Minister of Home Affairs to make a difference in this great nation. It is the government's responsibility to do what's in the best interest of its people. Thus, today I will be sharing my perspectives on the motion, Safe Usage of Guyana's Roadways. Madam Speaker, the honorable members of the government deemed it fit to only ask that the citizens exercise more caution. I will not deny that the citizens aren't equally responsible concerning the usage of the roadways. However, we cannot turn a blind eye to what is happening around us in our society today. As the government, how can you ask the citizens to exercise extreme care when you have clearly failed to ensure maximum safety for our country's greatest resource, its citizens? Furthermore, today's situation falls clearly under the purview of our police force, which by all accounts squarely lacks enforcement mechanisms. How can we then criticize the civilians for being reckless when our police are failing to do their jobs? The entire system is flawed. A looming issue speaks directly to the fact that some of our traffic officers accept bribes to overlook traffic offenses. This illegality adds to the daily occurrence of traffic violations, since the public is aware that our police can be bought, which results in the perpetrators being set free. Moreover, the police force knows better than to partake in bribery, yet the problem persists. Furthermore, the public is not unfamiliar with this behavior, as is stated in an article published in the Guyana Chronicle on October 9, 2020. Furthermore, it is widely known that certain police ranks own a significant number of vehicles and assume they have a free pass to violate traffic laws. This is compounded by traffic officers turning a blind eye when they observe violations committed by vehicles owned by force members. This clearly empowers irresponsible driving and encourages others to follow suit. I beg our cops to let everyone face the consequences of their acts, regardless of who they are, since this country will not progress if authority feels they have the right to contravene traffic laws. Moreover, a direct quote from Stabrook News dated June 7, 2021 highlights a reporter's encounter with an interviewee. I recall speaking with a young lady a few years back who told me that she had only recently learned to reverse. I asked her how long she had her driver's license. She told me she bought her license 4 years ago. Madam Speaker, this remark demonstrates blatant contempt for traffic laws, as drivers can simply pay an officer to be in receipt of a license without taking the practical examinations. This also demonstrates that the drivers on our roads are unskilled and as a result prone to accidents. With these rampant occurrences within our great nation, how can we then make the roadways safer? Today we see the wanton lack in our country's security systems. We also witness how people fail to follow basic driving laws. As a result, our country needs, I repeat, needs to formulate stricter legislations to ensure maximum safety. Permit me, Madam Speaker, therefore, to propose an initiative to curb speeding and reduce traffic violations. I hereby propose that the solution be to contact insurance companies and set up a system whereby if drivers who adhere to traffic laws and are not in breach of any traffic tickets gain points to reduce their premium. However, rates for drivers who violate such laws should be raised. If they commit several violations, their driver's license should be suspended for a set amount of time. This approach has proven to be successful in many countries, and I am sure the same can be for this great land. Furthermore, a persistent national push to eliminate traffic offenses and allow the law to take its course on the errant ones, regardless of who they are, is vitally needed. Furthermore, our police officers should be appropriately compensated so that they do not have to accept bribes, and the sale of licenses should be stopped immediately. Our roadways will only be safer for our most valuable resources if laws are vigorously enforced. This is where the National Road Safety Council would need to be supported and appropriately empowered in order to have a more visible presence and enhanced influence throughout the year. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I have shown you why we shouldn't solely blame our citizens, but rather the lack of proper law enforcement. If such can be fixed, we are surely on our way to a vision of a safer Guyana in the face of economic growth and the sustainability of lives. The fundamental purpose of government is to protect its citizens. With this quote by our Inspector, I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Divine Kalikaisi, Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, honorable ladies and gentlemen, and members of the public, a pleasant morning to you all. The motion I come before you to support is one I hope is used as a means to an end. The end being a significant decline in the road traffic accident rate of this great country of Guyana. Aside from the scientific data and statistics usually used to communicate traffic accident-related information, I would like to show you through the eyes of the various people directly affected. On the 18th of July of this year, one Kevin Moore drove his minibus while under the influence of alcohol, Madam Speaker. And while speeding, he lost control of his vehicle and sent it toppling with these 4 passengers inside. One Anthony Passad, Michael James, Johnny Passad, and Shanisha Edwards, who were 16, 17, 18, and 19 years old respectively. Their families rushed to the Georgetown Public Hospital, grieving to make sure they were okay. Shanisha's mother addressed the press in tears. Madam Speaker, this should not happen to any Guyanese ever, and yet it does. This is why we, the government, are eager to present to you this motion today. In my allotted time, Madam Speaker, I hope to show you 3 things. Firstly, that drunk driving, speeding, and human error are the 3 main causes of traffic accidents in Guyana. Secondly, that an appeal directed to the public will help reduce human error, thus reducing traffic accidents. And lastly, I will show you a program that has worked in the past for a foreign nation. When it comes to road safety, we must firstly admit that the responsibility lay not in the cars used, but in the people that use them every day. In fact, in the words of Mr. Raymond C. Speck, an experimental psychologist at the Pacific Institute for Research and Evaluation, programs directed toward attitude change and risk-taking better address the underlying cause of the elevated crash risk of young drivers. Hence, Madam Speaker, our programs should be aimed at educating and raising their awareness. Can we, though? To properly estimate our odds at success, I present to you, Madam Speaker, the Swedish case. In 1990, the Swedish Parliament adopted the Vision Zero concept as their official road policy. And a quick scan of the What is Vision Zero webpage will show you that one of the 9 key elements to a successful Vision Zero implementation is community engagement. This can be done through various public meetings and workshops, among other things. The program, in my humble opinion, was a massive success, much to the Swedish government's credit. Sweden went from a whopping 772 road fatalities in 1990 down to 270 in 2014 and further down to 221 in 2019. Not only that, Madam Speaker, Sweden went down from over 16,000 crashes that just involved injuries in 1990 to around 13,000 in 2019. This is why, Madam Speaker, we, the government, propose that an appeal directly to the public is both an expeditious and a virtuous plan of action. What can we as a government do to further improve the safety of our roads if our citizens know not the virtue of safe driving? Can anyone in this room present to me any way in which the government can tackle road safety or any issue for that matter without the full cooperation of its citizens? On the road, Madam Speaker, we each play a role in the safety of one another. And experience has shown that often recklessness is on the part of road users rather than any action of the government is the cause of serious accidents. Hence, can any member of this honorable House confidently reject the notion that changing the attitudes of the citizens will play a role in reducing accidents? If all were to cease drinking and driving, speeding, and using cellular devices while driving, can you say with confidence that there will be no change in the accident rate of Guyana? The government's motion remedies the root of the problem. I implore you, Madam Speaker, and the honourable members of the opposition, please permit us to save lives and end grief. Vote to pass the government's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now invite Honourable Julie Marcelo, Shadow Minister of Public Works, to present.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honourable members, comrades all, good morning. Today I feel honoured to stand in this honourable House to render my support to my fellow colleagues who have made extensive presentation outlining the benefits and importance of safe usage of Guyana's roadways, according to their ministerial portfolio. Let me begin by saying that it has been a long time now since our dear country has become independent. And successive government has been speaking about safety and good roads. Extraordinary speeches are made in the National Assembly by various ministers outlining their government's commitment to improve the lives of Guyanese people. It is the government's first and utmost priority to provide safety to the people of Guyana. And the right to life is our fundamental right, which must be upheld. Proper use and proper maintenance of roads must not be limited to the city alone. It must go beyond this. They must include the hinterland roads as well. Safety, Madam Speaker, safe usage of roadways must be prioritized by the government to include Guyanese of all walks of life. Madam Speaker, it has been so long since lives have been lost on these roads, and the government has taken this as granted, and justice has not been served. Madam Speaker, honorable members, it is time, and the time is now, that the government get passionate and aggressively address and pursue measures to prevent this phenomenon from claiming more and more lives. The road accidents claim 1.2 million lives around the world, and approximately 50 million are injured every year. Therefore, as representatives of the people, we must not be part of the problems alone, but we must also be part of the solutions. Especially during this difficult time when the COVID-19 is spreading havoc around our society, and we are losing significant numbers of our loved ones now than ever before. It is high time now that the government of Guyana add meaning and action to those extensive speeches uttered to Guyanese people while considering the country's national budget. Madam Speaker, I can clearly remember in 2020 budget, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure gave a speech outlining his government approach and determination to improve infrastructural development. Under his ministerial responsibility to benefit all Guyanese, such as implementing bicycle lanes, improving pedestrian walkways, and identifying critical and most vulnerable areas to be maintained. He stated further that the monies will be allocated to the funds for works to be done. End of quote. A developing country, Guyana is a developing country.
Honorable member, please be reminded you have 30 seconds remaining.
Guyana is a developing country, and it lacks the capacity to handle large influx of vehicles entering our shores. Every year, Guyana has limited and inadequate road spaces to accommodate such large numbers, since all Guyanese want to claim their own vehicles for travel. It also lacks to coordinate measures and make it mandatory.
Thank you, honorable member. Your time has been concluded. Honorable Sharita Prasad, Minister of Home Affairs, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope to reply to the honorable members of the opposition and provide clarity with whatever problems they have with our motion. Honorable David Hassan, first point very false. We proved that the number one cause of accidents is alcohol and speeding. Honorable David Hassan was supporting the motion as well. Also, Honorable Ariel Ashby stated that she stands to propose the motion. She never said oppose. Madam Speaker, what is the point of making new roads if our citizens don't know how to use them? Example, roundabouts on Sheriff Street. Honorable Nelvin, we didn't say only. We said this is a start and a means to an end. Also, on June 2020, the opposition was in power. Honorable Nelvin agrees with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes the debate on the motion. And before I put the question, honorable members, due to medical reasons, one of our members was unable to make and subscribe the oath. I now invite the clerk to invite Ms. Ashmini Jaigobin to take the oath.
Honorable member, I invite you to make and subscribe to the oath.
I, Ashwini Jagman, do hereby solemnly declare that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people of Guyana, that I will faithfully execute the office of the members of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that, in the execution of functions of that office, I will honor, uphold, and preserve the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Thank you.
I now put the question. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Division.
The next motion stands in the name of the Honorable Minister of Education. Honorable Minister Marsick Benjamin, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to move the motion in my name. South revolutionary and political leader Nelson Mandela posited, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." End of quote. Honorable Speaker, esteemed judges, and fellow honorable members of Parliament, I, Honorable Marquis Benjamin, rise as the Minister of Education to move the motion for the reopening of traditional schools. In support of this motion today is Honorable Parmeshram Gabin, Minister of Amerindian Affairs, Honorable Daniel Dodin, Minister of Local and Government Development, Honorable Tahisha Moore, Minister of Housing, and Honorable Gamisha Samlal, Minister of Public Service, who will be explaining to you how the reopening of traditional schools will benefit and strengthen their individual ministries and, by extension, this great nation. Madam Speaker, why are we even debating this motion? The progress being presented here today is as clear as glass and should not be opposed. These COVID times are complicated and challenging times. Challenges and complications will be presented by our teachers, students, and parents. By notwithstanding these, it is important that we endeavor to reopen traditional schools as my ministry will do. Opening up schools with safeguards to prevent infections like ensuring social distancing, encouraging students to be vaccinated, providing hand-washing materials and masks will be put in place. As the Minister of Education and moreover a representative of the people of Guyana, I would have heard their cries and complaints. And this is why I stand to move the motion for the reopening of traditional schools, because not all children have access to the online learning platform. In an interview conducted on the 7th of November 2020 by one of Guyana's most recognized newspapers, the Guyana Chronicles, with Sita Dandu, a third-year medical student at the University of Guyana, she said, and I quote, The poverty rate speaks volume in representing the unequal educational opportunities persons of the lower classes will be presented with if Guyana goes to a fully online learning platform. 36% of the population will be disadvantaged as regards to having the necessary resources to go on the online learning platform, thus resulting in them not having a formal education. End of quote. As a ministry, we intend not only to serve 64% of the nation, but to serve all Guyanese, whether rich and poor. And this is why we are resolute in our stance to reopen traditional schools. If we do not reopen traditional schools, we will see our country only providing education to the rich and forsaking the poor. Has this not yet convinced you? A study conducted by Amwell, the top medical providers in the United States of America, pointed out that children learn better from their fellow peers than they do from their teachers. The online platform robs our children of this luxury and prohibits them from learning from each other. We will not only be putting strain on our students, but also on our hard-working teachers. Let's remember, education does not only include our students, but our teachers are also on this journey with them. Members of the opposition. Another interview conducted with Ms. Chandra Prasad, a grade 6 teacher at the Stella Maris Primary School in Georgetown, she cried out, and I quote, "Teaching online is impossible," close quote. These teachers already sacrifice their personal lives. Some even leave their families to go and teach in the interior areas, and we are seriously considering putting more strain on them by continuing with this online learning platform? I hope not. Let's not forget, schools in the interior areas have more than 100 students going there from the various sub-regions. And even if our teachers wanted to deliver work, and I'm sure they do, they will not be able to go to all of these sub-regions, which is why the 5Bs initiative was implemented. So children can go to their various schools, receive their work, and be taught by their teachers. Some might want to argue that the 5Bs initiative might be a bit costly. But as I mentioned, the 5Bs initiative does not only include transportation, it includes meals. So it reduced the cost of going to traditional schools tremendously as compared to that of the online learning platform. Are we seriously prepared to buy laptops and tablets for all of our students in this nation? Members, I hope not. Instead of putting our energy into preventing this motion from being passed, we should all come together as one people, one nation, one destiny, and try to help better our nation by reopening traditional schools so we can educate our children efficiently. What should be the focus instead of battling the schools should remain closed? It's providing the general population.
That you have 30 seconds remaining.
It's providing the general population with the relevant information about the vaccine so more of Guyana's population will be vaccinated so we can get back to our daily lives, to normalcy we have all grown accustomed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call upon Honorable Siobhan Joseph, Shadow Minister of Amerindian Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, the Shadow Minister of Amerindian Affairs, in addressing the motion, and I quote, the reopening of traditional schools, due to these three pertinent points. Firstly, the increase of COVID-19 cases. Secondly, the vaccination rate in the country. Thirdly, developing a learning environment or platform that is safe and effective for both our students and teachers. Firstly, Madam Speaker, we are all aware of the fact that when school reopens, there would be a rapid increase of COVID-19 cases among our students and teachers. Do you think the country and its citizens are ready for this incoming chaos? Now allow me to enlighten you on what has been occurring in the hinterland regions upon reopening of schools in 2020 until now. According to the COVID office in Region 1 and the HMs of the schools to mention on May 21st, 2020, 33 teachers were infected in Region 1, and in Region 7, 30 students and 6 teachers were infected. K2 Secondary, Region 8, 14 students were infected, while in Region 9, a total of 50 students, along with 7 teachers from the St. Ignatius School, was recorded. And not forgetting the death of the lieutenant teacher who died of COVID-19 on July 5, 2021. What makes you think that this would not happen to our teachers? Is it likely that they may share the same fate? Secondly, Madam Speaker, permit me to bring to the attention of this Honorable House the vaccination rate in the country. According to the Minister of Health, in one of his parliamentary presentations, stated that in Region 1, total of 54% were vaccinated, 44.1% in Region 7, 28.5% in Region 8, and Region 9, 42.5%, giving the average total of 42%, which is not even half of Guyana's population. We, the opposition, see this as a risk to the lives of students who are unvaccinated. However, if they believe in the vaccine rate as much as they say they do, we as the opposition expect that they step up their vaccination drive to ensure that persons in the hinterland are properly accommodated for and then consider the safe reopening of schools. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, instead of putting our teachers and students' life on the line in the middle of a global pandemic, why not build a learning environment that is safe and effective for everyone? Thus, on April 21st, 2021, the Ministry of Education launched an online platform for delivery of education to our students, which included the training of 1,000 teachers and their students in the 4 core subject areas. To facilitate this, they were given laptops supported by UNICEF and the Tablet Academy of the United Nations. The Ministry of Education provided websites to access national assessment papers, textbooks, and other learning material at all levels. Educational websites were provided, television learning channels, and even a radio broadcast was aired on the different radio stations, such as in Letten, Madia, and Anay. Even if you don't have radio, you can use a little mobile phone, well known as the Mango Pelter, and tune into the radio broadcast. Madam Speaker, the information that should be trickled down to this House should be the answer to the question of what is going to happen to the billions of dollars spent on technology in all forms to keep children educated when there is a teacher who will be teaching the students face-to-face. Madam Speaker, according to the Guyana Chronicle on April 21st, 2021, the Ministry of Education launched $174 million on online learning initiatives. What is going to happen to all those finances? Are we flushing it down the toilet and asking Savant's Waste Management to come pick it up? In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I have a simple question to the members of this Honorable House and to the listening audience. Are we ready? Are our health facilities fully prepared? Parents out there, are you prepared to send your child to school in the midst of a global pandemic against a virus that is so deadly, that has taken the lives of millions of people of all ages? And finally, a virus that has no cure. I rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Parmesh Ramgovin, Minister of Amerindian Affairs, I invite you to the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House, pleasant morning. Michelle Obama once said, and I quote, "The ability to read, write, and analyze, the confidence to stand up and demand justice and equality, the qualifications and connections to get your foot in the door and take your seat at the table, all of that starts with education." End of quote. With reference to Madam Obama, it is therefore indispensable that our children receive an education, an impactful education, an education that will serve as a vessel and transport our students into the future, to a future where they can lead and guide people in the best possible way. But we have a barrier preventing this future. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused our education system to drastically change as we have to completely resort to other methods of learning. If students in the urbanized areas of Guyana have difficulties with virtual teaching due to internet access and technology, imagine our hinterland students. Therefore, in collaboration with the Minister of Education, I, Minister of Amerindian Affairs, vehemently advocate the motion that traditional schools in Guyana be reopened. To begin with, the students in the hinterland areas are not as fortunate as those in the city-fied areas to receive high-standard internet connections. Some have none altogether. An article published by the newsroom in April 2020 conveys that teachers all across Guyana, regions 1, 2, and 9, expressed their concerns on how the sudden shift to the virtual method of teaching hampered not only their teaching standards, but also affected the students' ability to maintain their attention span. A Region 1 teacher further stated that he was unable to meet with his students for more than 1 month due to their geographical location. I acknowledge the endless efforts of the Ministry of Education, who have been combating these forces by distributing thousands of printed materials to students. However, how long can these students thrive on the lack of quality education they deserve? Is this what we accept as equality? This unfair, unacceptable injustice? And injustice to whom? Our indigenous people, the very people that discovered our motherland, that gave our country an identity. And what are we doing to them? Robbing them of an opportunity to bloom, an opportunity to be successful. This is why the government is so adamant in revitalizing the traditional school system for the upcoming year. Moreover, it has been proven that students from the hinterland areas face challenges in receiving modern education even before the pandemic occurred. A study conducted prior to the COVID-19 pandemic by Felician Medina Abraham from Moruca explained that the model of conventional education has had a difficulty being relayed to indigenous children over the years. These students find it difficult to grasp the concept taught to them. In addition, the lack of understanding conventional education by the elders place a further burden on the students who would not have the structural support as those residing in the urban areas. Therefore, Madam Speaker, continuing with online teaching is only exacerbating the situation, further denying our indigenous students their rights to standard education. We need other alternatives. Furthermore, this online method of teaching has proven to be less effective as students pay little or no attention to the work given. Statistics indicate that the number of students who leave the primary level in the hinterland regions have not matched those enrolled in the secondary level. These studies conducted prior to COVID-19 are indicative to dropouts based on learning issues aforementioned in the previous claims. Psychologist Will Campbell stated in the Starbuck News in November 2020 that these students being out of school for months because of the pandemic, superhuman interventions would be needed to reverse this. The shift to the virtual realm would only cause further trend in this phenomena, resulting in more students being less interested in continuing their education and most likely dropping out to engage in illicit activities and child labor. With an increase in school dropouts, where would that leave our country in the long haul? Can our country experience economic growth if our districts aren't going together? Indigenous community growth is important too. How does the saying go? One people, one nation, one destiny? Madam Speaker, resonate with those words. The COVID-19 rate, you said. Health safety and COVID-19 restrictions, you ask. I assure you, the government will take clean and specific actions in ensuring all students, not only in the indigenous areas, but countrywide, be protected. May you ask how? I'm sure everyone seated in this house had heard the tremendous news as the Ministry of Health has begun the parental permission process in order for students to become vaccinated. This will not only protect our students and allow them access to education they deserve.
That concludes your time.
I rise to give the Honorable Minister an extra 1 minute to complete his presentation.
Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
This will not only protect our students and allow them access to the education they deserve, Madam Speaker, but will also unite Guyana as a state closer to becoming fully vaccinated. Power of this government. My dear opposition, take note. To add, hinterland districts have little contact with outsiders, adding to the restrictions blocking spread of COVID-19. Therefore, Madam Speaker, in accordance with my above claims and motion in question, I stand with my colleagues on this side of the House in proposition that traditional schools be open for the upcoming school year.
I implore my comrades of the opposition to stand with us in executing our vision for safeguarding Guyana's students and upholding their rights to quality education. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Colleen Embleton, Shadow Minister of Local Government and Regional Development. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A pleasant good morning to all. I rise to present the contribution to the motion, the reopening of traditional school. To address this motion, please permit me to start off by specifying my role on the opposition. I, Colleen Embleton, I am the Shadow Minister of Local Government and Regional Development. My role is to present new points that will further the support of the opposition stand. Following this, I will present a few points in the support of our stand. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to enforce some valid points that we, the opposition, have gathered. First of all, if schools are to be reopened, space is an issue that would be given priority more than anything else. It is difficult to have a full classroom of students during this pandemic and expect them to maintain social distance. Due to the social distancing protocol, a classroom that previously housed 25 to 30 students would now be able to accommodate between 12 to 15 students, depending on the size of the classroom. Hence, the need for more classroom would be a pressing issue at hand. Take, for example, the 3 Mile Secondary School in Bartico. We have a population of approximately 700 students. Presently, it is difficult to accommodate grade 10 and 11 students adhering to the COVID-19 guideline. If my school is encountering difficulty with just 2 of the 5 grades, I wonder, Madam Speaker, what is going to happen when the entire school population is out? My intelligent colleagues on the other side allow me to move on. Imagine you are a parent. Ask yourself, would you allow your child to go to school in this pandemic, knowing how difficult it is to have him wear his mask just for 5 minutes in public? Would you send your child to school knowing that he is at greater risk of contracting the deadly COVID-19 virus innocently sitting in a classroom? It is known fact that students usually huddle together in the group, hugging on each other when they haven't seen each other for a while. Do you, member of the opposite side of the House, think that students will adhere to social distancing rule and other COVID-19 protocol? Madam Speaker, the teachers, school staff, and family of the students are at higher risk of being infected with the deadly COVID-19 virus since students from various parts of the country will assemble in the same place. According to the UN researcher, 1 of the 4 teachers is at higher risk of serious illness from the COVID-19 because of their age or because of an underlying medical condition. Not only our nation children will be at risk, but our teachers as well. They also have family at home waiting for them to get home safely. Also, member on the opposite side, what if it is a teacher, God forbid, who is the carrier of the virus? Since he or she refused to be vaccinated, do you still think it's wise to reopen school traditionally with all those factors afloat? Madam Speaker, with school closed, the safety of our nation's future is at ease since they would be under their parents' guidance. Why reopen school and put the nation's future in harm's way? Madam Speaker, do you still think the reopening of school is a wise decision to make at this point in time? Weighing all those relevant factors to arrive at a decision about reopening school and how to stay open involve a number of factors: public health risks, educational risks, amongst other potential risks amongst the community. This kind of assessment requires expertise. It requires the monitoring of data on the virus to keep track on the spread of the same. Madam Speaker, are we really ready for such a move at this time? Certainly, we do not want to put our nation, children, in harm's way. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Daniel Dowden, Minister of Local Government and Regional Development. I invite you to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honourable Ministers of Parliament and listening audience, good morning. I am utterly distraught at the fact that the opposition somewhat believes that the reopening of traditional school is a grave prospect. The government and I profoundly believe that the opposition has had their heads in a knothole for far too long due to the pandemic's regulations. Allow me to guide your untenable perspectives into the marvelous life you yearn for. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, online learning was an alternative used for learning due to the pandemic. However, it cannot be overemphasized that traditional learning is and will forever be the ultimate method of learning. Madam Speaker, according to an online article published by Druva Podell on the website Honest Pros and Cons, dated September 26, 2020, says, and I quote, traditional education, also known as a conventional educational system, is in fact the best mode of the educational system. It is the oldest form of delivering education to students through face-to-face interaction between students and teachers, end of quote. My most misinformed opposition. One-on-one or interpersonal teaching is effective and demonstrates increased levels of student engagement with teachers. Traditional classroom teaching environments increase interaction among students and provides a conducive environment for students to learn. With the traditional learning, students are capable of having contact with teachers and fellow colleagues, of course without protocols observed. The face-to-face interaction is beneficial to the social health of students, which has been stifled by online learning. Associates of the opposition, you have been overlooking the fact that everyone is not opulent or has a baku near their homes to feed bananas and milk to gain money. Parents are and will continue to be an expense if traditional schools are kept closed. Online learning has caused parents to be putting on multi-data plans, which approximately cost $3,007, because they genuinely care about the education of their children, and they are exhausted. Reliable internet connectivity is not a trait Guyana is known for. This is especially for those parents living in rural and difficult to access areas. In those areas, some students do the unbelievable to gain internet access. What's browsing the internet and once saw a video of a boy climbing a tall tree just to pick up one single bar of internet so that his work can be completed. He was putting his life at risk along with many others, and we have the power to end that practice by reopening schools. Not forgetting how the government has been working on ends to meet the needs of every student in Guyana. If online or virtual teaching was the go-to or the best method of teaching compared to traditional teaching, why do we see countries across the world trying to reopen schools leading to the traditional learning? Furthermore, members of the House, with the advancement of technology, those who seek to use it for their malevolent schemes also upgrade their tactics and gadgets. It is a known fact that across the last decade, cyberbullying and cybercrime has drastically increased. Hackers are craftier than ever now. They plan, maim, then strike, leaving bank accounts void and families in despair. Is this what you want? Is this what you wish for your children and your families? With traditional school, students stand a lesser chance of this occurring. Colleagues of the opposition, would you desire for your children to be exposed to, as I say, and I quote, want to play tonight? I can show you a real good time. Just click the button, end of quote. I am certain that you wouldn't. Virtual schooling has undoubtedly exposed students to pornographic ads, pornographic games, in general, pornography. Just imagine a 5-year-old watching that. I am resolute that while you have been surfing the web, that you have encountered such content. This fact alone is the ultimate reason why schools should be reopened. Madam Speaker and members of Parliament, we may not be capable of eradicating pornography from the internet due to contributing factors, but we can reduce the exposure children have to pornographic and degrading content by reopening traditional schools. A child's safety, both physically and mentally, is of paramount importance, and children are soft targets. Bewildered opposition, I implore you to discard the facade you are trying earnestly to uphold and open your eyes to the real issues that we are facing and will continue to face if traditional schools are not open. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Yadram Totaram, Shadow Minister of Housing and Water, I invite you to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Yadram Totaram, Shadow Minister of Housing and Water, rise to strongly disapprove the motion which is headlined the following: the reopening of traditional schools. It is with my extreme pleasure to rise against this motion together with my fellow colleague, the Honorable Shadow Minister of Education, to state that the reopening of traditional schools is not an ideal solution to our problems and most certainly not for the betterment of our children. It seems rather ludicrous to even think of reopening schools considering why they were closed in the first place. As the Shadow Minister of Housing and Water, I am determined to keep our citizens safe and to help stop the spread of COVID-19. The reopening of schools not only puts the lives of our students at risk, but also the lives of our parents and teachers. The reopening of traditional schools will mean more water must be readily available in every school. Systems must be put in place for water to be supplied to all schools across the country. Another major problem, Madam Speaker, would be providing secure accommodation for students that are required to stay in dorms. Madam Speaker, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, water is a very important resource. To facilitate the reopening of schools, water should be provided to every school. Hence, a lot more expenses will be needed. According to GWI, in 2014, $12 million was spent on electricity alone. Madam Speaker, is the government saying they are financially equipped to handle all these expenses? Additionally, Madam Speaker, students that are required to stay in dorms due to their geographical location will be put at a major risk. Students will be more exposed to the virus, and no matter how many masks and sanitizers are distributed, there is no guarantee for the safety of students. Water must also be available for these students to take regular baths and wash hands after classes. Can the government be able to safely accommodate these students? According to Gavin Yamay, Professor of Global Health and Public Policy in the U.S., only a week after classes started on August the 10th, most of which were face-to-face, the University of North Carolina, home to about 30,000 students, reported 130 new infections in students and 5 in employees. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 virus is a global pandemic, and the rapid spread of this virus will be inevitable if schools are reopened. It is very important to note that even after adhering to all these COVID-19 guidelines, there still is no guarantee that everyone will be safe, and all expenses may inevitably go to waste. However, as an alternative, Madam Speaker, virtual learning will be much safe and will ensure the safety of our students, while also saving money. Instead of spending all that money without a guarantee of safety, it could be spent by providing technology such as tablets and internet. In addition, this money could also be spent on implementing programs to engage children in learning. Conclusively, Madam Speaker, we cannot risk reopening schools, not when all expenses inevitably goes to waste. We can, however, ensure the safety of our citizens, and we can ensure that although schools remain closed, children will still be engaged in learning virtually, and at the same time, they will be safe. And that is our responsibility to our citizens, to keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Taisia Moore, Minister of Housing and Water. I invite you to present.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise as the Minister of Housing and Water to lend support to my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Education, who has proposed a motion that traditional schools should be reopened. First and foremost, if the opposition has it their way, it means that schools will not be allowed to be reopened. Therefore, one needs to consider the alternative, virtual classrooms. To fully understand the consequences this poses, we must look at different sectors. Please allow me to enlighten you, distinguished opposition, of some of these factors which must be looked at. To begin with, it is no secret that Guyana is poverty-stricken. with a poverty rate of 6 to 4%. How many families do you know could afford access to the internet or even a suitable device, which is vital for the online learning experience? 1 in every 5 children are fortunate enough to have access to a smart device. Therefore, only 1 in every 5 children would have access to this new method of schooling. How can we allow this to continue, knowing that there are students out there who may be willing to learn, but because of financial circumstances are neglected of having a proper education? It is a known fact that students from the interior and coastal regions cannot properly access the internet for a full-fledged academic session for subject areas. Hence, at no point then will there be equal education for our children. Therefore, by extension, how effective will online education be? Furthermore, as Minister of Housing and Water, I have traveled the length and breadth of this country and can attest that we are burdened by substandard infrastructure in numerous areas of this land. This does not permit effective rollout of online education for all of Guyana. Take, for instance, Honorable Speaker, the hinterland areas, which we are aware have buildings scattered great distances from each other. Even if there is a hub with internet access for the students to make use of, let's be real, how many students would actually walk that long distance to and fro every day? Of course it may be done for the first week, but will it be done for an entire term or an entire school year? Then, if they all gather at that one hub to be a part of virtual classes, would it not pose the same risks we are running from? So why not then put the teacher physically in front of them in a building which is equipped to protect them? If traditional schools are not reopened, it therefore means that the bracket of Guyana's children would be more advantaged than others, and this would only widen the inequality gap in this country. This proceeding was originally supposed to be done virtually, but here we are, face to face. And why is that? Don't you all, colleagues of the opposition, prefer this to be done as it is now, rather than the first option? Why? Because we're all aware of the effectiveness that is brought about via the physical means. This scenario is no different from school. So why then deprive students the opportunity of this face-to-face luxury? Moreover, traditional schools, it is much easier to monitor the students' performance fairly. Traditional schools foster less distractions and facilitate effective learning, since it is run by the use of set-out rules and allocated time, which is not done at home for the alternative method. The government of Guyana has been working tirelessly to ensure that physical schools are well prepared for the safety of our children and teachers. The Ministry of Housing, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, has put numerous sanitary facilities around schools, such as sinks and sanitizer dispensers. Safety packages have been distributed, vaccines are available, and this will continue to be done so as to safeguard our beloved students in the school system that has unanimously proven more effective. So tell me, what are we waiting for? How long more are we to wait to continue the curriculum? Students have officially been out of the classroom for over a year. Will they be able to catch up having missed an entire grade? And if the opposition has it their way, will it be 2, 3 grades? In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to reiterate the point that traditional schools should be reopened. The benefits of allowing this motion outweigh the alternative. Every child's education is being put at a standstill. How can we allow the future of so many young, brilliant minds to be diminished when we can do something about it? Moving forward academically is vital since the rest of the world is moving on, and Guyana cannot afford to be left at the back of the line forever. Something must be done. and this is our chance to do something about it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Gamisha Samlal, Minister of the Public Service, I invite you to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members of Parliament, I rise to contribute on the motion reopening of traditional schools. 1 year into COVID-19 pandemic, half of the world's students are still affected by school closures, and over 100 million additional children will fall below the minimum proficiency level in reading. This pandemic has resulted in many stark realizations in the education sector, including greater appreciation for traditional learning and loud cries for its reopening. Nothing promotes better learning than being in a classroom with a teacher in front. There are many reasons why we must return to the traditional classroom. Let's discuss the major ones. My first point, Madam Speaker, is child abuse. The global crisis produced by the pandemic has caused major challenges and threats to our children, one of which is child abuse. The 2020 lockdown, according to Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, saw 3,129 children reportedly abused in Guyana. According to the Child Care and Protection Agency, 41% represents females ages 14 to 18. These are only the reported cases. With the doors of schools shut, who can children turn to? We all know that child abuse occurs behind closed doors and often remain hidden. What classrooms does is provide students with access to child care services, ability for teachers to recognize signs of child abuse, and also an enabling environment for students to confide in their teachers and friends. This ultimately improves their chances of getting the help they need. What I can assure you is, one, such an opportunity will not present itself in the virtual classroom, and two, our child abuse numbers will not be an accurate reflection of the actual incidents. My second point, Madam Speaker, is mental health. We all know the global impacts of this pandemic. Many have lost their jobs and families have been deprived of an income. The Washington Post has published studies on the effect of the pandemic, which reflects a drastic increase in the numbers of persons suffering from depression, anxiety, suicide, and the list goes on. In 2021, mental health is affecting 13% of the world's population, and this percent, Madam Speaker, is projected to increase. Guyana was plagued with mental health issues even before the pandemic, and let's be realistic, our mental health system is fragile. Our suicide rate, which stands at 40.3, the second highest in the world, speaks to this. Can you imagine what this is doing to our students? I can, and I will tell you. The incidence of mental health conditions and suicide rate will increase and increase drastically. Worse yet, many will go unreported and help will not follow. Unless we go back to traditional learning, the mental health crisis will spiral out of control. My final point, Madam Speaker, is access to learning materials and internet. The COVID-19 related school closures and the temporary discontinuation of traditional teaching represents an unprecedented disruption of students' educational careers. Additionally, it has affected our children unequally, as not all children have access to learning materials nor internet for virtual learning. Human Rights Watch found that the heavy reliance on online learning exacerbated the existing unequal distribution of support for education. Many governments did not have the policies, the resources, or infrastructure to roll out online learning in the way that ensured equal participation of all children. Yet, we continue to teach virtually and leave majority behind. I personally know individuals that cannot afford the necessary materials to get work done virtually. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, our policy has always been that no child must be left behind. If this is the principle that we embrace, then we must open the doors of our schools so all children can benefit from the institutional supports schools provide for young developing children. We cannot, and I repeat, we cannot continue to shut our doors on the most vulnerable members of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Tiffany Williams, Shadow Minister of Education, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Tiffany Williams, Shadow Minister of Education, rise to formally and strongly disagree with the reopening of traditional schools, simply because our precious Guyana is not even close to a state of normalcy. Madam Speaker, I must say I find it rather strange and unorthodox that the government would propose a motion that in its nature forgetting why traditional schools closed their doors in the first place. Madam Speaker, I kindly ask that you allow me this morning to present the facts on why traditional schools should not reopen in such time as this. I would like to state some headlines that was brought to my attention before I proceed. According to COVID-19 tracker, Guyana has administered at least 425,580 doses of COVID vaccine so far, assuming every person needs 2 doses that are enough to vaccinate about 27.2% of our country's population. 440 students quarantined in Florida County 2 days after the reopening of school. According to State's Department of Health, WashingtonPost.com, in Mississippi, at least 1,000 students and schools employees have tested positive, more than 4,400 students quarantined. As schools reopen, more than 10,000 students and teachers across states are quarantined for the coronavirus exposure. There has been 23,561 infections and 74 deaths in Guyana. We as a nation are not prepared for such. It may be a safe assumption that our grade 10s and 11 pupils are capable of handling themselves in certain circumstances. How simple would it be for the younger children among us to strictly adhere to all those gazetted COVID-19 rules and guidelines when they are only at the basic stage of comprehension? Even though the Ministry of Education is putting safety measures into schools such as hand sanitizers, washing sinks, and so much more, this only serves to overwhelm our already overworked teachers who carry great supervisory responsibilities over students on a daily basis. As well as we all can attest, if you leave a small child unsupervised for just 1 second, they can do so much, sometimes bringing harm upon themselves and others. Children explore and children experiment. It will be difficult and almost impossible to maintain distance. What happens when school is dismissed? Will the teachers accompany every child home to ensure social distancing? What happens to children who have to take public transportations? What measures can be put into place for this? What about classes, which has approximately 40 students? Can the average size of the classroom accommodate enough space for each student while maintaining 6 feet distancing? A simple thing as a youth parliament could not be held on site for training due to the virus, and that is not even, which would accommodate a total number of 37 to 40 participants, which is not even a percentage of children that will be returning to the physical school. All these things should be taken into consideration before a decision is made. Yes, online platform has its challenges, but the private education institution as well as some of the public schools have been using online platform and have maintained it. Likewise, the Ministry of Education should do online classes for all the schools in the public sector. We all need to make that sacrifice to be safe. We expect the government to implement more safety measures since the coronavirus is proven it is not a joke. The government needs to implement more effective online learning methods for the children of Guyana instead of putting them all at risk that can be avoided. With the reopening of traditional schools, there would be a higher risk of spreading the virus, which will mean increase in the death rate, resulting in decrease in the population, which will affect our country's economy. The country is not prepared, even though the COVID-19 vaccine is available to the citizens. Be reminded that a percentage of our population still refuse to take the vaccines. How can we return to a state of normalcy when the virus is still around us? I encourage you to take my points into full consideration before a decision is made. Indeed, the children are the future of our nation. That's why they should be safe, protected, and preserved. By reopening schools, you'll be putting them at a risk of contracting the virus. Instead of returning to traditional schools, the government needs to implement more effective online learning platforms, which would not only keep the children safe, but it's convenient to them, and will also be more financially beneficial to the country. Reopening schools will not persuade some parents to send their children out. They would keep them home for safety. That would increase the rate of school dropouts, meaning more youths involving themselves in illegal and juvenile activities, resulting teenage pregnancy, and many more. I, Tiffany Williams, along with the members of the opposition, still stand strongly and firmly on our points of arguments when we say traditional schools should not be reopened. It is our responsibility to protect our young persons by making the wisest decision in this noble house. The future of the beautiful land is dependent on what we do and say today.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Marcy Benjamin, Minister of Education, I invite you to make your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Forward ever, backward never. Don't stop the progress. Sounds familiar? Are we really aware of this rapid increase, Honorable Stephen Joseph, that you mentioned? As I said in my speech, safeguards will be put in place to protect our students, as was mentioned. Honorable Member, you also said, and I quote, if they believe in the vaccines as they so say they do, we should increase our speed in our vaccination drives. Honorable Member, before these words so loosely fell from your lips, I said in my speech that we are indeed willing and prepared to increase our speed. I said, and I quote, opening up schools. I said, and I quote, opening up schools with safeguards to prevent infections, like ensuring social distancing, encouraging our students to be vaccinated, providing hand-washing materials and masks will be put in place. The Honorable Member also mentioned that laptops were distributed. Honorable Member, we are dealing with facts and not opinions. Where is your evidence? Honorable Member, I also asked you the question. Did all these students receive these laptops? Where is your evidence for this? The inequality still exists. You said that we're putting our children at risk by sending them to schools. But I asked you, the persons that were distributing the laptops, were they tested for COVID-19? Are we still not putting our children at risk? Honorable members, mind your words. As the Shadow Minister of Housing and Water said, I am determined to stop the spread of COVID and protect our people. But I ask you, are you not concerned about the distributing of quality education? I ask you this question, are you not concerned about our future? We as a ministry intend to reopen traditional schools so we can present our children with quality education, so they can be taught by their teachers and receive the education they deserve as our future. Moreover, the preamble of the Constitution of the United States, every child should have access to
education. Furthermore, Guyana is a signatory to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples. Hence, we should not deny the reopening of traditional schools. Failing to do so, we are in controversy with our Constitution and Charter of the UN. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor say no. No.
Division.
Mr. Clark, please administer a division.
Miss Crystal Smart?
No.
Mr. Daniel Singh?
No.
Miss Terry McRae?
No.
Mr. Yadram Totaram?
No.
Miss Colleen Embleton?
No.
Mr. David Hassan?
No.
Miss Ariel Ashby?
No.
Mr. Marcus Liu?
No.
Miss Siobhan Joseph?
No.
Miss Amisha LaRose?
No.
Mr. Nelvin Thirab?
No.
Miss Tiffany Williams?
No.
Miss Bibi Kanhai?
No.
Miss Julie Marcello?
No.
Mr. Julius Marquis?
No.
Miss Christina Roberts?
No.
Miss Yeldona?
No.
Miss Sarah Danraj?
No.
Honorable Gamisha Samlal?
Aye.
Honorable Sikai Jones?
Aye.
Honorable Caroline Platter?
Aye.
Honorable Taisha Moore?
Aye.
Honorable Daniel Dowding?
Aye.
Honorable Deirdre Ferreira?
Aye.
Honorable Natalia Henry?
Aye.
Honorable Adrian King?
Aye.
Honorable Parmish Ramgobin? Ramgobin. I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Honorable Jaheim James?
Aye.
Honorable Sharida Prasad?
Aye.
Honorable Marquise Benjamin?
Yes, yes, yes.
Honorable Whitley Johnny?
Aye.
Honorable Bloom Lima?
Aye.
Honorable Bruce Bernard?
Aye.
Honorable Amir Atalewad?
Aye.
Honorable Ashmani Jaigubin?
Aye.
Honorable Afina Wolford?
Aye.
Honorable Divine Calichesi?
Aye.
I get 19 for 18 against 0. Madam Speaker, 19 members have voted in favor of the motion, 18 have voted against, and no one abstained.
Honorable members, the motion is carried. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of our business of order paper for this morning. Honorable Prime Minister, you may move the adjournment.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to move the adjournment of this Assembly to 12 p.m. today.
The Assembly now stands adjourned to 1 p.m. today, 17th August 2021.
Today, I would like you to make some noise for each other. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are viewing out there, I would just like you to see for yourselves that Guyana is going in the right direction. We have future leaders, and you are diamonds in the rough. and with years of polishing, I am pretty sure that you would lead this great nation to where we want to be. And for that, I thank you for participating and being here today. I would like to recognize our member of Parliament that are here to view this sitting, and also to recognize our esteemed judges. And I would like to start with our previous parliamentarian. Her name is Africa Selman. Miss Africa Selman, could you please stand? Thank you very much. Ms. Selman, a former grade 6 teacher at the Success Elementary School, is known for molding young minds. She's a former member of Parliament. She served in the 9th, 10th, and the 11th Parliament of Guyana. She also holds a Bachelor of Social Sciences degree in International Relations. Ms. Selman is currently the advisor to the Minister of Education. She as an advisor. Please put your hands together for the honorable member. I would like to now recognize another stellar judge. Her name is Miss Mohammed, Anisha Mohammed. Miss Anisha Mohammed, could you please stand as... She is the head of the distance learning at the Ministry of Education, and she's also a mother of 2. Ms. Mohammed has been involved in privatized communication sector for more than 10 years. So we can safely say she knows what she's doing. Ms. Mohammed held the most recent post as the Chief Executive Officer before transitioning to public service. She's extremely passionate about her career, technology, education, and women's rights. She's also a published lawyer. Please put your hands together for Ms. Mohammed. Our head judge, last but not least, is Mr. John Adams. Could you please stand, sir? This former parliamentarian, he was the former geographic member of Parliament in the 10th and 11th Parliament, and he was the regional MP for Region 3. He was also the former head of department in language, and he's a retired teacher of 32 plus years of service. Would you believe that? 32 plus years of molding bright minds. Please put your hands together for Mr. Adams. I would now invite the esteemed judges, if any of you wish to maybe give a remark or two about what it is that you saw today, just briefly. I know that you were saving your remarks for the final day, but I just wanted just a little bit. I mean, to encourage the others who weren't here, who haven't spoken as yet, just to give them a little encouragement, if you may. And I would start with Ms. Selman.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. I do consider it a privilege to be among you, young parliamentarians, both members of the opposition as well as government members, representing your motion, passionately defending it, arguing, advancing your argument in a logical way. And as I'm trying to save my commence really for tomorrow at the end of it. I don't want to elaborate much, but just to say that you've been doing very well, and I'm extremely proud of you, as some of you may eventually become parliamentarians and leaders, and I have no doubt that you will defend your causes as you've been doing quite passionately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Selman. I would now like to invite Ms. Mohammed.
Thank you. I'm thoroughly impressed by the speeches that I heard today. The presentations were very, very well received. Some of you presented exceeded my expectation, and I commend you for that. I also commend the team that put together and trained you to deliver such outstanding performances. So, good job and continue to thrive.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Ms. Mohammed, sorry. Thank you very much. I would now invite Mr. Adams.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. You reminded me of my days in the Assembly when I've listened to some of you this morning. Like Ms. Selman said, I reserve my comments for tomorrow. But so far, you've done very well. And we know that we have some politicians coming up in the House. I recognize one from the time he stood this morning. Congratulations, you've done well. And tomorrow we'll see what happens. Thank you.
There we have it, folks. Please put your hands together once again for our esteemed judges. As they all mentioned, tomorrow you will get their full remarks as to what they would have witnessed here, and I am intrigued by what they have to say about you young people. Once again, I would just like to say thank you very much for being here. To the viewers across our social networks, our social media networks, I would just like to say thank you very much for tuning in and for being here. But before I leave you here today, I would just like to make a small announcement that the second sitting of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament will begin promptly at 1 p.m. All right? So once again, I would like to thank you for being here, for viewing, and to the viewers, continue tuning in as we witness robust debates from our young debaters. I thank you very much. Okay, now that we're off air, I'm hoping that we are. Yes, okay. Just for an announcement.
Not one rice bread, not one garage, not a bit of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one garage. Not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one cries, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river.
You may be seated. Speaker of the National Assembly, members of Parliament, youth parliamentarians for the senior category of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament, staff of the Parliament Office, distinguished judges, special invitees, teachers, members of the media. A pleasant afternoon to you all. It is a pleasure and privilege to join you as the moderator for the second sitting of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament. This afternoon's session, ladies and gentlemen, is for the senior category. A round of applause for everyone present here today. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time I would ask that you all rise as the Sergeant at Arms enter the chamber with the mace. please remain standing for the national anthem, which will be performed by Mr. Dante Wilson. I encourage you all to sing along as we go ahead.
Dear land of Guyana, of rivers and plains, made rich by the sunshine and lodged by the rain. Sedgem light and fair, between mountains and sea, your children salute you, dear land of the free.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Honorable members, I will now call the names of those persons who have become members of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament. Will honorable members kindly answer as their names are called? Mr. Rajkumar Kemraj.
Yes.
Miss Khaleesi Fraser.
Yes.
Miss Savitri Ramlochan.
Here.
Miss Narissa Stewart.
Present.
Mr. Akim Myers.
Present.
Mr. Romario Swetnam.
Here.
Mr. Keshav Tiwari.
Here.
Miss Esla Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Chandradat Jagdeo.
Present.
Mr. Ashton Hussain.
Present.
Ms. Zalisha Singh.
Present.
Ms. Bibi Wazida Yassin.
Present.
Ms. Shania Mitchell.
Present.
Mr. Amar Budram. Present. Mr. Vikash Bazdio.
Yes.
Mr. Vikash Budu.
Yes.
Mr. Chandradat Sipasad. Here. Mr. Richard Bani.
Present.
Honorable Oscar Adams.
Here.
Honorable Ethan Pujadas. Here. Honorable Tisha Davison.
Present.
Honorable Naresh Sugrim.
Present.
Honorable Angela Ramudit.
Present.
Honorable Kezia Albert.
Present.
Honorable Purandial Umacharan.
Present.
Honorable Giselle Williams.
Present.
Honorable Kieran Williams.
Present.
Honorable Chitranjan Jaikisoon.
Present.
Honorable Dante Wilson.
Present.
Honorable Trevon Melville.
Here.
Honorable Devishani Naipal. Honorable Marlon Phil.
Present.
Honorable Babita Singh.
Present.
Honorable Kira Mahadio. Honorable Tabitha Alves.
Present.
Honorable Divine Ross.
Present.
And Honorable Malika Russell.
Present.
Honorable members, my first duty is in accordance with Standing Order 2 of the Standing Orders of the Youth Parliament of Guyana to elect a person to be Speaker of the Assembly, and I accordingly invite nominations. The floor is open.
Mr. Speaker, I propose Stefan Gabriel, a former youth parliamentarian, to be the Speaker for the seniors category of this year's Youth Parliament.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I second the nomination of the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Are there any further nominations for the position of Speaker? There being no further nominations, I therefore declare Mr. Stefan Gabriel duly elected Speaker of the senior category of the Assembly of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament of Guyana. I invite Mr. Gabriel to come forward and to take the oath.
Stefan Gabriel, solemnly declare that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people of Guyana, and I will solemnly and faithfully execute the office of member of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that in the execution of the functions of that office, I will honor, uphold, and persevere the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, made and subscribed by me before the 6th Annual Youth Parliament this 17th day of August, 2021. You have to close like this. Honorable members, you may be seated. Honorable members, I'd like to thank you for my election as Speaker. I am humbled and I am thankful. Honorable members, the oath will now be administered to the members of the House by the Clerk of the Assembly. In order to save time, the clerk will invite all honorable members to take their oaths at the same time. Upon this invitation, you will stand, hold the religious book in your right hand if you so wish, and read your oath form. Then sit and sign the form. This is to save time and comply with some of the COVID-19 protocols. Thank you very much.
I invite members to make and subscribe the oath. Please stand.
Proceed.
All right, we'll just give the assistants a few more moments to uplift the oath forms.
I now invite the clerk to read the prayers. All stand.
Almighty God, we who are here gathered together do most humbly beseech Thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, Thine aid and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interests, prejudice, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of Thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead that all the people of this fair land may enter into that state of brotherhood and unity, where the mind is led forward by Thee into ever-widening thought and action.
Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, with us today are former honorable members of the National Assembly, Mr. Carl Greenidge and Mrs. Indrani Chandrapal, as well as Mr. Neil Marks, who will serve as judges of the senior category of this year's Youth Parliament. There will be two best speakers adjudged, one from the government and one from the opposition. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports. Reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions on notice, statements by ministers including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government's business.
Honorable members, prior to proceeding to our day's proceedings, I'd like to also recognize the former members of Parliament also, the Honorable Minister, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan and Mr. Alistair Charlie. Honorable members, the first motion stands in the name of the Honorable Minister of Health. Honorable Minister Devishini Naipal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasant afternoon, all. Today, I rise to introduce the motion in my name titled COVID-19 and Mental Health. According to a document published on July 3rd, 2020, titled IOM Guyana COVID-19 Response, Guyana has been affected from a socio-economic aspect, causing a depletion in the livelihood of citizens and migrants' ability to meet their basic needs such as food and basic sanitation items. Gender-based violence has increased in the hinterland and mining camps, as persons are limited to resources and lack the availability of services. Online learning was implemented, but migrants who do not have access to technology aren't able to attend these classes. I wish to bring to the attention of this House a total of 23,575 positive cases that were recorded as of 17 August 2021. Of that, Mr. Speaker, 578 deaths were documented and 998 are active. These statistics reflected the damage done by virus thus far. Reference to the Department of Public Information webpage dated 16 August 2021. The pandemic sent ripple effects across the nation, affecting our socio-economic status and has taken a toll on the mental health of the locals. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has since reaching the shores of Guyana had a hamstrung impact on Guyanese life. The pandemic has displaced workers, disenfranchised students, and disrupted the routine course of business and commerce in our country. The health sector, Mr. Speaker, was not exempted from such circumstances. In fact, Mr. Speaker, My ministry have been at the forefront of fighting this pandemic by directing health policies, regulating social interactions, and slowly engaging long-term strategic plans to reopen our economy in a safe and just manner. However, Mr. Speaker, from this inception of outbreak in March of 2020 to date, the business sector remain under strains as COVID-19 has caused a depletion in frontline workers who are no longer employed with private sector jobs. Because social restrictions and government-mandated lockdowns have taken a toll on business activities countrywide. Within my ministry, anxiety, fear, confusion, worry, depression, and some level of uncertainty were some of the challenges encountered by employees who stress their concerns daily with family members, friends, colleagues within the supervisory brackets of their public service agency. Consequently, it is a priority of the government and my ministry to streamline initiatives that will cushion the effects of the pandemic on our families, business, and communities. To that effect, Mr. Speaker, regulations including curfews have been relaxed and persons have been given an opportunity to return to some state of normalcy within all sectors of the economy after receiving COVID vaccines and passing COVID tests that have been insourced from China, the United States of America, and Russia. Additionally, incentives and COVID hampers have been distributed to areas where persons have been reported to be suffering from shortage of these necessities during the period in which the pandemic looms. Mr. Speaker, the renowned psychologist Abraham Maslow posits that humans have a hierarchy of needs: psychology, safety, social, self-esteem, self-actualization. The pandemic has directly targeted the pyramid, causing deficiency through environmental stressors, unpredictable events, social restriction, isolations for person safety, and in some cases, recovery and the inability to pursue a sound education. In the case of the hinterland citizens, the government understands that there are challenges unlike anything we may have surmounted in our lifetime. But as the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Our ministry have done and shall continue to do all within its power to concoct feasible solutions towards mitigating the societal problems that have plagued this nation.
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
And with help, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with help of the people of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, we shall do battle and conquer this period of the COVID pandemic that threatens the existence of our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now the motion is now proposed. I now call on the Honorable Bibi Wazira Yassin, Shadow Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic presents an unprecedented challenge in various critical sectors, including the public health. The confinement to one's home not only served as a protection against this deadly virus, but it would have served as a catalyst to a silent epidemic. Yes, a silent epidemic, and this is no other than mental health. Mental health, as we all know, incorporates our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. Therefore, it affects the way we think, the way we feel, and the way we would act. Honorable Speaker, allow me to express my appreciation to the Honorable Minister that would have truthfully outlined the unfortunate impacts our country has been faced with since March 2020, and the idea for workers to be incentivized. However, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member is merely just tipping on the iceberg as it relates to mental health. Mr. Speaker, an article from the World Health Organization, November 2020, reported that healthcare workers all around the globe are facing burnout, anxiety, and depression during such a devastating time. Mr. Speaker, are we showing our support for our frontline workers by merely providing incentivization through attractive salaries and widening the force? Mr. Speaker, are we saying we provide money in exchange for destroying their mental health? Should we just create a short-term fix to this problem? Mr. Speaker, what happens when these workers' depression are left untreated? Taking into consideration that the Pan American Health Organization and WHO on November 5, 2020 revealed that countries are falling short in implementing mental health services at a time when mental support is paramount and at a time whereby 1 in every 5 healthcare workers are experiencing symptoms of depression. Honorable Speaker, on August 18, 2020, PAHO revealed that the pandemic has caused a mental health crisis at an unprecedented scale. Yet we come here in this noble house where we represent our people and not cater for mental health services? Honorable Speaker, I am convinced the Honorable Minister does not understand the toxic relationship COVID-19 has with mental health. And this is due to poor researching and keeping up to date with data relating to such a critical aspect of health that no blind eye must be placed on. Mr. Speaker, mental health support with no hesitation must be considered a critical component of the response to any pandemic. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, to alleviate the fear, stress, and worry of our people, let us resort to the integration of mental health and psychosocial support within our primary health care. And we can do this by making it more accessible, reliable, and most importantly, confidential. Let us move away from institutional health, which brings about stigma. And let us modernize since we are in the 21st century. Let us move mental health support to an online platform. Let us not resolve this issue through merely incentivization and widening the force. But let us create a platform that can be supportive to our people, that can be available 24/7 to our people, that will create employment, that will help our people to cope during such a time of uncertainty, and that will return hope to our people. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let us make mental health a priority. Let us take this time to invest in public awareness campaigns to focus on mental health maintenance. And let us keep in mind that the mental destruction of any pandemic is worse than the physical destruction, and it takes longer to recover. Mr. Speaker, let us treat mental health accordingly with a high degree of respect and urgency. Mr. Speaker, if we do not treat mental health, if we do not look at mental health, then this silent epidemic will take wings and soar to heights that we will no longer be able to control. Let us take a look at Japan. Japan would have appointed a minister of loneliness, and this was done to combat the sparking epidemic as it relates to mental health. Mr. Speaker, only when our people's mental health is being catered for in a high degree, then we, the members of this side of the House, will be in full support of the motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your contributions. I now call on the Honourable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, Ethan Pujadas. Mr. Pujadas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of my contribution today in this honorable House is to highlight the impact COVID-19 is having on the youth in Guyana. A recent study by UNICEF Guyana, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, provides insight on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on mental wellness of children and adults across the country. The survey was conducted in July 2020. Analysis of the survey results indicate that the pandemic is having a serious impact on youth mental wellness, with adolescents considering stress due to COVID-19 as very serious. Other key findings include The three main concerns that contributed to stress during the current pandemic were concern about the risk of being exposed to the coronavirus, which was 57.6%, uncertainty about the future, which was 44.9%, and adapting to a different lifestyle, which was 41.7%. Due to the changes consequent to the pandemic, 44.4% of adolescent respondents communicated that they were frequently anxious. 41.5% reported that they were crying often. 38.5% divulged that they had increased drug use. 34.8% said they withdrew from others. 34.1% said they were regularly depressed. 31.9% said they felt hopeless. And 25.2% regularly considered acts of self-harm. Approximately 3 in 10 respondents aged 15 to 19 have no one to share their problems with. To address children's well-being during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach has been recommended. I am sure that everyone here agrees today that we must do everything in our power to ensure that our youth emerge from this pandemic mentally, emotionally, and physically well. With its aim to develop and showcase the potential of athletes and artists and young people across the country, the government has allocated $2.7 billion for the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport in this year's national budget. This administration is cognizant of the vast talents and skills of our people, which have gone underutilized and underappreciated. In this regard, the government aims to develop and showcase the potential of sportsmen and sportswomen and artists both here and internationally. The Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports will also endeavor to create an enabling environment to increase income generation for the culture subsector through partnership with the private sector, for the creation of galleries, museums, and dance schools in communities across the country, among other areas. Last year, in 2020, the government made notable strides with the One Guyana concert that showcased the culture of Guyana over a virtual platform. This activity attracted over 500,000 online viewers. This year, in 2021, we will develop a national cultural and creative industries policy to guide the development of a sector and reinstitute the advisory boards for the National Gallery of Art and the National Archives. The National Trust will also undertake to update their legislation in alignment to the modern trends in heritage preservation and to support its expanding mandate. Additionally, over $120 million is budgeted for capital works in the support of advancement and preservation of culture and arts. Mr. Speaker, the initiatives I have just detailed are sustainable platforms to help our youth flourish and provide them with avenues to address some of the issues
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Of 2020. Thank you. The intention is to create opportunities to give our young people hope for a better post-pandemic future. The recently concluded Olympic Games saw the issue of mental health being showcased on an international stage. Time magazine reported that the Tokyo Olympics, taking place amid a pandemic that has had a massive impact on global mental health, was always going to present additional challenges for the competitors. But once Simone Biles pulled out of the women's gymnastics team event to focus on her mental health and physical wellness, the issue became a defining theme of the Games. And her courageous choice, amplified by the global spotlight of the Games, created a rare opportunity for moving the discussion from raising awareness to positive action. Mental health can no longer be a taboo, Mr. Speaker. My ministry takes this issue very seriously and understands that our young people need spaces to dance, to play, to train, to sing, to paint, or simply to watch each other excel.
Honourable Member, you may have to request an extension of time. Your time is up.
May I request an extension?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request an extension of 1 minute for the Honourable Minister to conclude.
You may proceed, Honourable Minister.
They deserve the chance to be contenders. They need to be reassured that they are being heard, and we are listening. The government and my ministry is committed to improving the lives and the livelihoods of our youth, and we are doing it during these unprecedented times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We will now have the Honourable Shadow Minister of Human Services and Social Security, Ms. Savitri Ramlochan. Ms. Ramlochan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, all. Firstly, I would like to thank the Minister of Health for bringing forward this motion in this noble House to address the issue of COVID-19 and mental health, as it is of national interest and is an issue which must be addressed. While the recommendations for the solution of this motion was reasonable, it is one with much flaws. And as my fellow Shadow Minister of Health would have elaborated on a few important ones a few minutes ago, I wish at this time to continue on the same path. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that mental health affects persons from childhood up to adolescence and through adulthood. However, it is unfortunate that in the motion that was presented by the government, that they place no importance on implementing a solution to help the children's mental health of our beloved nation. I'm happy that the Honourable Minister who just spoke addressed the UNICEF survey. But, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the motion, it speaks nothing of what the Honourable Member speaks of. Why now present in this normal House when you realize your mistakes? Need I remind you, members of government, that children and adolescents who are under the age of 25 account for 48% of our population, according to the UN in World Population Prospects 2019 data booklet. Their young minds had to adapt to various changes that occurred at a rapid rate, from schools being closed and moving to an online platform, to being restricted from the many activities that children so fondly find themselves engaged in. We need to implement measures such as the online counseling platform as elaborated on by my fellow Shadow Minister of Health, alternative educational programs, and skilled counselors at school levels for the necessary guidance that these young ones need in this tough time. Secondly, Honourable Speaker, the government put forward a solution to provide welfare funds for aforesaid unemployed citizens who lost jobs because of the pandemic. While we can somewhat agree that it will bring relief for some time, I wish to ask the government, how long are these persons going to benefit from welfare funds? What will happen to the very unemployed persons after this welfare fund period is up? Won't they be left at square one, unemployed? Are we really going to use money to fix people's mental health? Mr. Speaker, when we think of solutions to matters as significant as this, we need not only to think short-term, but also long-term. As such, I implore the government to involve citizens in entrepreneurial training, create platforms for them to learn new skills and enhance their knowledge through scholarships and training programs. Get more persons acquainted with the Small Business Bureau. Not only will this boost creativity and engage the mind away from mental distress, but it will serve as an income for the entrepreneur, their family, and even the community by providing employment. Thirdly, Honourable Speaker, the government also put forward the solution that subsidies be granted for lower middle class and poverty line citizens. I would like to ask the government, where is this money coming from? What plan does the government have to deliver such a promise? Mr. Speaker, while providing subsidies is a great financial solution, yes, it may or may not be used for its intended purpose. Emphasis on may or may not. To avoid this, why not provide hampers comprising of these same locally produced necessity goods? In this way, both parties benefit. How, you may ask? The local farm receives the money the government will use to purchase these items, and the lower middle class and poverty line households will receive the goods that the government wants them to have.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is called strategic thinking and thinking for the majority of Guyanese. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the efforts made by the government to move such a motion that addresses the issue of COVID-19 and mental health cannot go unnoticed. However, we cannot simply use money to combat people's mental health. Practical approaches need to be taken, which has been recommended to the government. And as such, we, the members of the opposition, will only support this motion if the amendments are made. I rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Shadow Minister Ramluchan. I now call on the Minister of Human Services and Social Security, the Honorable Tisha Davison. Minister Davison, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to continue on the government's motion of COVID-19 and mental health. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all 6 of Guyana's people, from those of Georgetown to those from Mabaruma to those in Lethem. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, my government is taking steps in easing the stress of the people. We within the ministry are aware it has impacted our citizens negatively. We are also cognizant that what was once a normal life has quickly became abnormal as a result of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, United Nations Development Programme Socioeconomic Impact Assessment of 2021 showed that 4.13% of Guyana's adult population lost their jobs due to the COVID-19 pandemic. There has been a significant amount of job losses in some instances, a reduction of social connection, and financial insecurities. This we know can be burdensome to an individual, which can negatively affect the household. Conflicts may arise, resulting in depression and mental instability. The development of public information in September 2020 announced distribution of food hampers and stimulus checks will be given as some semblance of stability for those who were displaced from their jobs. Additionally, we've arranged a robust task force of doctors, nurses, joint services, and psychologists to fight the great fight so we can flatten the curve and return to what was once a normal life. In closing, I leave you with this quote. John Green once said, "There is hope even when your mind tells you there isn't." And Guyanese, we will, like always, overcome even this pandemic. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Health, Minister Devishni Naipal, to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise the final time to make note of some praiseworthy comments, fallacious statements, misguided statements that may have been put forward by the honorable members on the other side. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Minister of Health may have mentioned that the depression of healthcare workers. We all know that even before COVID-19, our society, our country at large, have been facing depression in so many ways. In fact, Guyana has we all know that we have been facing depression worldwide even before COVID-19. COVID-19 is not the only cause of depression. This, although while quite reasonable, is not possible in Guyana's light. Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Minister of the Youth, Culture and Sport may have mentioned that youth mental wellness and the livelihood of youths. Are we going to give or use money to buy mental health? We all know that a country's health is wealth. Then how can the honorable member make such a question? Mr. Speaker, as much of
all that has been said does not seem to be a bad idea. I am trying to understand the evidence that supports their idea. How does it tie in to the Guyana context? It is ambitious to have information from the internet, but does it tie into the day-to-day activity that happen here in Guyana? Mr. Speaker, I am not quite sure, and because of that, I am restating our position. Be it resolved. Be it resolved, the subsidies be granted for the purchase of all locally produced necessity goods and utility bills throughout the economies for persons in the lower middle class and below the poverty line. Be it further resolved that welfare funds be allocated to aforesaid unemployed citizens. And be it further resolved that frontline workers be incentivized through jobs that have attractive salaries and short stints with regard to training, to create employment and to mitigate the unavailability of a robust task force. Thank you.
And that concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
Division, Mr. Speaker.
I did not declare as yet. The ayes have it. You can now call for a division if you so wish.
Division, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, division.
I will now call the names of the members and ask you to vote. Mr. Rajkumar Kamraj.
No.
Miss Kilesi Fraser.
No.
Miss Savitri Ramlochan.
No.
Miss Narissa Stewart.
No.
Mr. Akeem Myers.
No.
Mr. Romario Swetnam.
No.
Mr. Keshav Tiwari.
No.
Miss Esla Moore.
No.
Mr. Chandradat Jagdeo.
No.
Mr. Ashton Hussain.
No.
Miss Alicia Singh.
No.
Miss Bibi Wazide Yassin.
No.
Miss Shania Mitchell.
No.
Mr. Amar Budram.
No.
Mr. Vikash Basdio.
No.
Mr. Vikash Budu.
No.
Mr. Chandradat Sipasad.
No.
Mr. Richard Baini.
No.
Honorable Oscar Adams.
Yes.
Honorable Ethan Pujadas.
Yes.
Honorable Ethan Pujadas.
Yes.
Honorable Tisha Davison.
Yes.
Honorable Naresh Sugrim.
Yes.
Honorable Angela Ramudit.
Yes.
Honorable Kize Albert.
Yes.
Honorable Purandial Umacharan.
Yes.
Honorable Giselle Williams.
Yes.
Honorable Kieran Williams.
Yes.
Honorable Chitranjan Jaikisun.
Yes.
Honorable Dante Wilson.
Yes.
Honorable Trevon Melville.
Yes.
Honorable Devishani Naipal.
Yes.
Honorable Marlon Phil.
Yes.
Honorable Babita Singh.
Yes.
Honorable Kira Mahadio.
Yes.
Honorable Tabitha Alves.
Yes.
Honorable Divine Ross.
Yes.
Honorable Malika Russell.
Yes.
How much? 18? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 18. voted no. Right? 19. Correct. So 19 in favor. 19. Mr. Speaker, 19 members voted in favor of the motion. 18 members voted against the motion, and no members abstained.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Honorable members, the motion is carried. Honorable members, the next motion stands in the name of the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, the Honorable Minister Kezia Albert. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion standing in my name, Climate Change in Guyana, Tourism Industry. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the alarming effects climate change has posed nationwide. Moreover, we can visualize from recent data where floods have caused havoc to many regions across this nation. According to the Office of Climate Change, Guyana is particularly vulnerable to sea level rise from climate change. The office further revealed that the main impacts of climate change in Guyana are increase in heavy rainfall, possibly leading to floods, storm surges, especially for the coastal zone, and increase in temperatures. The Civil Defense Commission reports tourism as one of the most vulnerable sectors for climate change. And if proper drainage systems are not in place to combat these effects, sooner or later, Guyana's tourism industry is likely to face uncontrollable disasters. Are we going to sit back and watch one of our economic sectors be destroyed? Will we leave it fragile and allow destruction to take hold when this country has the resources to better the industry? It is with this foundation, we the members of the government seek to implement modern drainage systems, set standards in place to mitigate climate harming activities, and consider the relocation of monuments on the coastal plain to a less disaster-prone area within Guyana. One may want to argue that it requires a high start-up cost. However, there are only 9 gazetted national monuments in Guyana, and not even all of them need relocation. Guyana is an oil-producing nation, and how much will it take us to move approximately 4 monuments? A matter of fact, this is not a process that will require frequent relocation. Rather, it is just one permanent move to a safer destination. Mr. Speaker, as evident by the Guyana's Chronicle newspaper dated 26 November 2017, wildlife is at risk as heavy rains are destroying their habitats and increased droughts are causing increased species mortality, forcing endangerment of species and relocation. Now, when these species' habitats are destroyed and climatic conditions force them to migrate, what is left to attract tourists? What is left to maintain ecological balance and connect humans with nature? The Nature Conservancy highlights that tourism in developing nations approximates for 52% of wildlife conservation. A research conducted in Guyana's tourism sector revealed that wildlife tourism is a powerful tool countries can leverage to grow and diversify their economy while protecting their biodiversity. As working towards a brighter future and to successfully achieve the central objective of the Green State Development Strategy, Vision 2040, which states, and I quote, development that provides a better quality of life for all Guyanese derived from natural wealth, unquote. As Senior Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, it is important that we consider this action to build and better our tourism industry. Moreover, the Civil Defense Commission estimates that degraded ecosystem results in a significant decrease in Guyana's gross domestic product, making the tourism sector less profitable. Therefore, if tourism activities are decreased, Guyana GDP is likely to decelerate. Based on an analysis of the Venn survey of the Bureau of Statistics, the Guyana Tourism Authority estimates that travel and tourism injected approximately $62.6 billion directly into Guyana's economy in 2018. Think about the financial losses Guyana is likely to face in the tourism sector if we do not, and I repeat, do not take speedy actions. Honorable members of the opposition, not only does tourism contribute to the Guyana's Green State Development Agenda, but also all 17 of the United Nations Development Goals, especially goal number 8 and 13, which speaks to decent work and economic growth and climate action, respectively. The Office of Climate Change reports that bettering Guyana's drainage systems are no longer a want, but rather
Honorable
a
member,
need.
you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But rather a need, as temperatures are expected to rise by 1 to 3 degrees Celsius, and sea level rise is expected to rise by 1 to 3 feet by the end of the 21st century. To conclude, tourism is closely tied to the community and cannot survive without it. It thus behoves us to cultivate attitudes that will contribute to sustainable societies that can adapt to the impacts of climate change on ecosystems and water resources. Our tourism sector depends on it. I leave you with this quote: "The future belongs to those who prepare for it." Malcolm X. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The motion is proposed. I will now call on the Honorable Shadow Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Akeem Myers. The floor is yours, Mr. Akeem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to tourism, climate change is an engaging threat yet. Not to exclude Guyana, but climate change is more impacting on our CARICOM neighbors. Because of Guyana's geographic distinction, Guyana has the opportunity to capitalize greatly upon tourism, even when our neighbors are facing devastating climatic changes. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's annual revenue shows that tourism plays a major role in Guyana's economic affairs. A recent study by the ITB Global Travel Trade Fair in Berlin, Germany, ranked Guyana as the best destination for ecotourism in the world, providing global recognition to Guyana, producing jobs, creating foreign investments, heightening Guyana's tourism, opening new roads between Guyana and other international countries for trade. Honorable Ministers, this country needs within its assets a force that is equipped and capable of producing, or as if to provide, emergency shelters, maintaining nationwide awareness of disastrous weather and even astronomic activities, responding and preventing losses in any disaster or in the event of any major life-threatening incident. A facility great enough to effectively, efficiently, and successfully oversee our great nation and to lend aid to our neighbors with readiness to act in accordance and with international standards of professionalism. Mr. Speaker, I must highlight that Guyana has tremendous opportunities for tourism nationwide, growing larger daily, and climate change does not have great effects on our nation. Besides rainfall and rising sea levels, two issues that can easily be mitigated, Guyana produces excellent capital through tourism, with great opportunities being explored daily. Honorable Ministers, Guyana cannot modernize its drainage system. The administration within authority has to. This is of responsibility. Monuments cannot be relocated. They are historic landmarks, and there are over a dozen of them spread out all across our coastal regions. They may not be gazetted, all of them. In order to resolve an issue, Mr. Speaker, you must start with the cause of it. Poor maintenance and lack of improved development causes such instability. And if we are to act on restoring our sea borders, perhaps we should consider modernizing our sea defenses as well, as we would aim to modernize our drainage systems. I question, Mr. Speaker, if flooding occurs all across Guyana, would improved drainage within our coastal regions resolve this issue? Honorable Ministers, efficient drainage systems must be developed nationwide. And if our plains and monuments are threatened, there should be an outfitted body or committee with authority to respond to such endangerments. Mr. Speaker, tourism greatly depends on attractions, and the attractiveness of our home is deploring because of poor maintenance. This issue comes to affect our ecosystem, which would then harbor diseases.
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, rest assured that facilitating this initiative will ensure Guyana's recognition on every market, every podium, every platform of tourism, local and internationally. There will be jobs available enhancing our country's economy. There will be higher educated societies. This nation will benefit from production and productivity, all of which will guarantee wealth and sustainability within Guyana. I would like to allow my colleagues to further elaborate on the motion. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member Myers. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Amerindian Affairs, the Honorable Kieran Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This motion that was moved by the Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce reminds us that we should not give up the fight of implementing and enhancing efforts to control and mitigate the rapidly increasing temperatures and other devastating effects of climate change. We should all note that this problem has no single solution but a broad range to follow. The effects of climate change can be seen every single day of our lives, whether it be physically or through the media. Ice caps are melting, forest fires are triggered, sea levels are rising, and so many more. However, here in Guyana, it has become of tremendous concern to us as a nation because of its devastating effect on the tourism sector. Furthermore, the livelihood of the indigenous peoples of Guyana is in grave danger if implementation of adaptive measures is not made as soon as possible. The indigenous peoples, because of their reliance on and intimate contact with the environment and their resources, are among the first to experience the direct effects of climate change. This worsens indigenous peoples' existing problems, such as political and economic marginalization, land and resource loss, human rights violations, discrimination, and unemployment. As such, my ministry will vigorously attempt to enhance implementations to further mitigate the effects of these problems. Well, Guyana is known for its extensive forests, which contain a plethora of flora and fauna. Under customary tenure arrangements, indigenous peoples have traditionally occupied our forests and are ever so dependent on it for their sustenance. They, along with other investors, have collaborated to make use of these opportunities to create eco-lodges, attractive sites, bird-watching activities, along with so many other establishments for the purpose of tourism and even to earn a local income. led to huge successes and have even been recognized internationally. Imagine Guyana on the international stage. Wow! So according to an article titled Guyana, Leading the World in Ecotourism that was published by the Guyana Chronicle newspaper on November 17, 2019 stated that, and I quote, Destination Guyana is currently #1 in the world for ecotourism and destination stewardship, and also holds the top spot for sustainable tourism. Additionally, Guyana received silver award recognition as the best sustainable award destination and was placed among the top 10 of the world's sustainable destination. Guyana has also won the award for best destination video. Unquote. This undoubtedly shows that indeed the efforts made for the tourist site to be recognized has not gone unnoticed. Moreover, it is very fortunate that most of the hinterland regions are not prone to flooding because of their topography. However, for the low-lying valleys that are occasionally flooded, canals and drains must be implemented. This initiative will actively mitigate flooding, which will inevitably aid in the proper and highest quality tourism. Additionally, we the government believe that in every single nook and cranny of this beautiful country, Guyana, there is much potential for tourism development. Although this has not been fully utilized at this point in time, take, for instance, according to an article published by the Department of Public Information on June 5, 2017, Guyana has a variety of interesting habitats, an abundance of rare species, and an amazing network of waterways located in hinterland communities, which are ideal tourist attractions, but they are not fully utilized. However, with the onset of the catastrophic results from the climate change, these valuable resources are gravely threatened. For this reason, the government is putting forward many measures that you have already and will hear about in order for the country's tourism potential to reach its peak. Furthermore, an important question should be asked. How are the lives of the indigenous peoples directly affected by climate change? Well, to summarize the destructive effects, we know the natural environment from the beginning of time, what has been enshrined in the heritage and in the culture of the indigenous peoples. Forests provide an essential spiritual resources such as spirit charms and sacred ceremonial places, as well as craft and construction materials.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bush foods.
Okay. I'd like to request an extension of 1 minute.
I won't allow it. Proceed and wrap up, Honorable Member.
Foods, medicines, fiber, dyes, and even fish poison. But the forests and wildlife are vulnerable because of increasing temperatures and depletion of freshwater resources and the subsequent migration of wildlife to denser forests because our forests are thinning out as a result. This information is according to a publication released by the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. In conclusion, with the implementation of the standard proposed, it is without a shadow of a doubt, tourism will outshine the negatives of climate change. We must support, therefore, the resolve clauses of this motion, namely the revitalization of the mangrove restoration project, the implementation of modern drainage system, and further exposing of the tourism industry in the hinterland. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Minister of the Public Service, Comrade Oscar Adams. Comrade, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope you, and especially the opposition, have paid attention to what is being said here today. After you have heard from the ministers in front of me, you should be now more than aware of the effects climate change is having on our tourism industry and also the people. Do you really think that we, members of parliament, should continue to undermine this problem that is before us today? The main reason the tourism industry is at risk in our capital and elsewhere is the lack of proper drainage systems. I am not just stating what I am seeing happening with my eyes. We all know it is true. It is stated by the CDC Civil Defense website that a main cause of flooding is inadequate design of drainage channel and structure. They also stated another reason is the inadequate maintenance of the drainage facilities we already have. As a capital of our beautiful country, Guyana, Georgetown has been affected by flood more than once before. There was another flood as on November the 4th, 2020, stated by the Caribbean Loop News website. And you know what it said contributed to that flood? It was the poor drainage systems that we have in place. Something you should also know that it was stated on the 3rd of April 2019 by the Guyana Times website that annual flood damage of the capital Georgetown of Guyana was 1.3 billion Guyana dollars. 1.3 billion Guyana dollars. These are situations we must try our best to prevent. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, it is a problem we have and it needs to be fixed. Just imagine a tourist entering our country and the first thing they encounter is a flooded capital. We could have prevented that. The capital has some of our finest accommodations such as the Marriott Hotel, the Pegasus Hotel, and more, where our visitors tend to stay as they tour our capital or even before heading to our beautiful jungles of Guyana. Let me just mention Region 5 and 6, where crops were damaged by flooding, which caused prices to raise, which affected the hotels, caused them to raise their price, and also the people of our country. We can't predict when the effects of climate change can strike us, but what we can do is prepare to the best of our abilities to prevent damage. We plan to build drainage systems to help prevent flooding and get persons to restore and maintain the ones we already have in place. Let me present to you some of the benefits that will come along from providing better drainage systems for the people and our tourist attraction areas. One of the many benefits that would come would be the reductions of flood risk, obviously. With the water now having a smooth flow, the risk of flooding will be reduced dramatically. It will also provide jobs for persons who are without. We will need workers to construct these new drainage systems. We will also need workers to maintain and monitor after they are being constructed. The new drainage system will also help prevent flood damage to the people as a bonus and our tourist attraction areas. If you don't quite see how much we would benefit, let me state one more. It helps to prevent the spread of waterborne diseases such as leptospirosis and others, which will put strain on the limited health resources and facilities we have at the time. Yes, this might be a costly process, but the amount we would benefit and save in the long run outweighs the cost 2 to 1. So, do the right thing and let's get started on the resolutions to this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Shadow Minister of Amerindian Affairs, Ms. Elsa Moore. Ms. Moore, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to further elaborate on the motion Climate Change and Guyana's Tourism Industry. Mr. Speaker, when you read the motion presented by the Honorable Member, the third whereas clause explicitly mentions that since the coastal plain is under sea level and is significantly exposed to floods, more tourist sites and facilities need to be protected by better drainage systems or relocate out of this proximity. Mr. Speaker, when you look at their last let it be resolved clause, it speaks of the introduction of ecotourism in the hinterland regions of Guyana. And anyone will understand that this be it resolved clause is connected to the mentioned whereas clause. But sir, the honorable members are misguided and misinformed because we do not need to introduce ecotourism in the hinterland regions of the country because it already exists. Sir, I bring your attention to the Kaieteur Falls. I bring your attention to Mount Roraima. I bring your attention to the Irokrama Conservatory Project, to the Rupununi Music and Arts Festival,
the Lethem Rodeo, and all of the swamps, rivers, and creeks and crevices of our rainforest, which exposes us to the world. As documentaries are filmed here, and these sites attract thousands of tourists on an annual basis. Mr. Speaker, I need not present the numbers to you, as these are popular destinations that are well known worldwide. Are the honorable members unaware that the Kaichor Falls is the world's largest single-drop waterfalls? If so, a foreigner may be able to tell them. So why do we have to introduce when they already exist? Mr. Speaker, I think they are misguided on what ecotourism is. Sir, let me offer a definition. According to the International Ecotourism Society, in a 2015 report, it is defined as responsible travel to natural areas that conserves the environment, sustains the well-being of the local people, and involves interpretation and education. Sir, if they are so interested in ecotourism, rather than arguing for its introduction, they should have moved this motion in alignment with these principles. As the Shadow Minister of Amerindian Affairs, I beg the honorable member to amend the motion to include the sustainability of the well-being of our indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, this can be done through partnerships between the indigenous peoples and private investors so that these communities can foster their own direct involvement. Mr. Speaker, also relating to the whereas clause they proposed, the implementation of modern drainage systems on the coastal plains. But sir, once again they are misinformed. Sir, we saw recently, just this year, that the lives of over 3,000 hinterland residents were significantly affected due to the flooding, where we saw a school in Itibak completely washed away and has since been rendered unstable, as opposed to the coastal plain, which was not as severely affected. Mr. Speaker, I implore the honorable members to do proper research before presenting a motion.
Honorable member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our system that we currently have was uniquely designed by engineers over 100 years ago. The main purpose of these impoundments that we have in line of the coastal area is irrigation water storage, but some flood protection is offered. Lack of maintenance has reduced the effectiveness of these impoundments, which has increased the potential for flooding. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, our hinterland regions, which makes up about 73% of the country's land mass, has next to none of these impoundments. My question today, Mr. Speaker, is the hinterland regions not considered a part of Guyana? Isn't the development of the hinterland considered a development for Guyana? Guyana hinterland residents have endured a substandard existence for too long. And as such, Mr. Speaker, us the members of the opposition would only support the motion if the lives of the hinterland residents are properly looked into, and not only the coastline inhabitants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Moore. I now call on the Shadow Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, Ms. Calicia Fraser. Ms. Fraser, the floor is yours to present.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The seventh paragraph of the draft states, "Be it also resolved, ellipsis, that necessary action be taken to mitigate erosion along our sea borders." In order to prevent coastal erosion, that is, the erosion along our sea borders, rigid protection methods are usually used and are controlled by engineering methods with the help of geology. The types of controlling methods include 1. Hard engineering techniques such as jetties, seawalls, ripraps, etc. and 2, soft engineering techniques such as beach nourishment, land management, etc. The problem isn't that Guyana hasn't implemented methods to prevent coastal erosion, because over the years we have incorporated the use of some of the engineering methods I would have mentioned before. And according to a Guyana Chronicle article published on July 11, 2020, Guyana's coastal defense structures are primarily concrete walls, rock riprap, mangroves, and earthen embankments. Mr. Speaker, the issue here is the poor maintenance and repairs, failure by the government to adapt to and upgrade structures due to environmental changes, and incomplete and unevenly distributed structures where necessary. Coastal erosion is increasingly important for councils and governments to start managing coastlines in order to protect them from increasing coastal erosion and flooding due to altering sea levels. Failure to do so can have severe economic and social effects, especially along coastlines which are used for tourism and industry. In continuation, let's not forget about the second part of the third paragraph, which states, since the coastal plain is under sea level and is significantly exposed to floods, more tourist sites and facilities need to be protected by ellipses or relocated out of this proximity. We need to note that tourist sites and facilities are quite vague, since they can range from hotels to monuments to parks to entertainment venues. And relocating all of these is highly improbable, impractical, nonsensical. We need to note, but further down in the sixth paragraph, things were a bit more specified, where it states, be it resolved that the government, ellipsis, consider the relocation of monuments on the coastal plain to less disaster-prone within Guyana. We also need to know that a monument can be a variety of things as well. According to the National Trust of Guyana's website, a monument includes any building, structure, object, or other work of man or of nature, whether above or below the surface of the land, or the floor of the sea within the territorial waters of Guyana, and any site, cave, or excavation. At present, there are just 9 gazetted national monuments in Guyana, 7 of which are found on the coastal plain. This shouldn't be too difficult to relocate, right? But based on the definition mentioned earlier, Guyana has many more monuments located in the coastal region, including City Hall, Starbrook Market, Georgetown Lighthouse, St. Paul's Monument, Cathedral Immaculate Conception, Parliament Building, I Love Guyana sign, and so many more. Based on my research, we are speaking about relocating 27 plus monuments. Now the question is, how can we efficiently and cost effectively relocate these monuments from the coastal plain to a less disaster-prone area without affecting the community in which it is found, without affecting its current function, without affecting our culture, heritage, tourism, without affecting its original structure, material use, etc., and without affecting its true meaning of why it was built, where it was built, and who it was built by? There are so many factors to consider and how it will affect this country and its people before even considering the relocation of these monuments. And as Shadow Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, I ask, do we want to have part of Guyana's culture and hence culture, heritage, tourism disrupted by relocating these monuments? In conclusion, yes, indeed, the tourism sector may be vulnerable to what?
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, the tourism sector may be vulnerable, but do we plan to solve this by relocating these monuments, by taking away from the areas in which they are being relocated from, and the areas in which they are being relocated to? So instead, we should focus on making the coastal plain less disaster-prone by continuing to and improve on mitigating the climate activities through regulation plans and strategies that we already have in place, which implied by the government's draft, they say that we lack. And properly, we need to clean and maintain these monuments by installing widespread force in each community to do so, all for the sake of developing Guyana and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Fraser. Honorable members, I'd like to also remind you that subject to Standing Order 28C, no member shall speak while another member is presenting. And also I'd like to caution you that you can also applaud moderately, because when you applaud loudly, you're taking away from your presenter's speech, and also I think the judges might find it quite difficult to hear or listen keenly to what your presenter has to say. Okay? Thank you. Honorable members, I will now call on the Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce once again, Ms. Kezia Albert, to close her team's arguments. Ms. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise a second time to neutralize the points put forward by the honorable members of the opposition in regards to the motion titled Climate Change and Guyana's Tourism Industry. The Shadow Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce stand and point out climate change is a global issue. Yes, of course. However, one must not ignore the potential impacts of climate change in the country. The Shadow Minister further stated that tourism plays an important role in Guyana's tourism industry. I am glad to say that yes, he recognized how important tourism is to us. The honorable member also stated that climate change does not affect tourism. Oh, what a shame. Since even the grade 6 students wouldn't make such a statement. The Shadow Minister of Amerindian Affairs stated about collaboration. However, the Minister of Amerindian Affairs highlighted that under customary tenure arrangement, indigenous people have traditionally occupied and used a large portion of the forest land and are even so dependent on it for their sustenance. They, along with other investors, have collaborated to make use of these opportunities to create ecologies, attractive sites, bird watching activities, along with many other establishments for the purpose of tourism to earn a local income. Oh my gosh. The Shadow Minister also highlighted on ecotourism. However, airplanes have to land in these rural areas. Walkways have to be built. Health facilities like air support to set visitors. Guide mules trained to help visitors needs to be accessed. All these are infrastructure outside of just the actual jungle. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, isn't Georgetown prone to floods? I'm sure. How can the members of the opposition stand here to argue on such a motion? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Albert. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable members, I'd like to also put your attention to Standing Order number 21-6. A member shall not read from a prepared speech except with leave of the Speaker, and also Standing Order 24-5. A member shall refer to their colleagues, the honorable members in the House, as honorable member or as comrade before their official designation, or honorable member Mr. Albert, Miss Albert, or so forth, right? So, thank you. Honorable members, the next motion stands in the name of the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Honorable Minister Kira Mahadu, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The importance of migration and its potential to cause a paradigm shift in Guyana's economic fortunes cannot be understated. We can take a look at the United States as a perfect example of how migration can transform a nation. The USA's prosperity, ambition, and excellent character are the products of more than 100 million immigrants who have sought better lives in the United States since its founding. It is a well-known fact that man has been on the move since the beginning of time. While some people move to be closer to loved ones or to seize economic opportunities, others move to escape poverty, terrorism, and even war. Migration is a temporary or permanent movement of people from one place to another. Honorable Speaker, careful thought must be taken on the fact that we are all defined by migration. Guyana is no stranger to migration since it has been a part of our history since pre-colonial times. Our ancestors were immigrants of this very nation, whether they were forced to come here, indentured, or simply in search of gold or new land. Recently, there has been an influx of migrants from various parts of the world, such as Haiti and Venezuela, just to mention a few. I am assertive that we have all had some sort of experience as it relates to migration. Whether we ourselves were migrants for a period of time, or it was a relative, we expected safety, protection, and security from the host country. We wanted to feel at home, correct? Now, a policy offers guidelines and principles to follow. They provide guidance, accountability, and efficiency on how an organization should or should not operate. We, the government side of the House, wish to implement a migration policy, one that will include laws and regulations as it pertains to the settlement, admission, and deportation of foreigners. A policy that positions Guyana as a beacon of hope for our Caribbean neighbors and even those farther away. The main objective of this is to ensure that laws are enforced to protect the lives of both migrants that seek a better life here in Guyana and the lives of our local citizens. Guyana's migration policy will enable the country to benefit from innovation, economic growth, and social diversity. Over the past decades, in the area of labor migration have evolved along four major paths: growing restrictiveness in the admission of labor migrants in developed countries, a significant increase in developing countries that became hosts to foreign workers, the rising recognition that the rights of migrant workers and their families need to be protected, and the adoption of regional agreements on the free movement of persons. Our government proposes the formulation of a migration policy that is pro-migration policy and recognizes the rights of migrants and their families, as well as providing an enabling pro-migration and recognizes the rights of migrants and their families, as well as providing an enabling environment for them to thrive and be successful in their endeavors.
Point of clarification. Speaker.
Partnership between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs...
Honorable Member, will you allow the...
No, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, resume. You may proceed.
Partnership between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Tourism, and Small Business Bureau can be operationalized to ensure the business environment is amenable to migrants. Additionally, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will seek to include educational and technical training and development for migrants as an aspect of our migration
immigration policy. Language training, vocational training, and other technical training can help migrants develop the requisite skills to be productive members of our society. Many foreigners will be needed to both produce and consume the infrastructure and products that Guyana will develop. It is our view that the development and implementation of robust immigration policy that encourages the right skill set and invests the class to make its way to Guyana is of paramount importance.
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A population of less than 1 million people with 9 billion of barrels of oil resources to help develop will bring challenges such as shortage of skills due to shortage of skills. Due to political and economic instability in the 60s and onward, Guyana has had one of the highest brain drain rates in the world, causing a shortage of skilled professionals. The importation of foreign expertise to fill the gaps will be extremely crucial in helping Guyana reap all the benefits that can be accrued as an oil-producing nation. It is therefore incumbent on the government to craft and implement legislation and policies that will make Guyana an attractive destination for skilled professionals worldwide to come and live. Be it resolved that our government will invest significant resources in developing an attractive immigration policy that will enable Guyana to position herself as a beacon for migrants who immigrate to this nation to seek a better life. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, are you the mover of the motion? I don't believe you moved the motion when you rose. So I don't think that I could move forward with saying that the motion is proposed. So I would need you to move the motion before we put it to debate. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion.
Thank
Standing
you.
in my name. Thank you.
Standing. Thank you, Honorable Member. The motion is proposed. I now call on the Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the Honorable Vikash Basdio, to give his presentation. Mr. Basdio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation has proposed a motion to this House on the benefits of migration to the economy. However, the motion appears to be assuming several things, with the first being the intention of the migrants, the second being the contribution of the migrants to certain sectors, and thirdly, that contribution may result in a stronger economy. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister, however, has failed to address several critical issues that can result in significant negative impact on our economy as well as our citizens. Mr. Speaker, our main concern with this motion is whether the Minister has conducted any detailed studies and can provide this House with any empirical evidence that the contributions of those migrants and its impact, to tell this House what mechanism the government has in place to address the following critical issues. And so one of those critical issues, Mr. Speaker, is economic impact. Mr. Speaker, a review of several literatures concluded that most migrants, when they work in the host country, they remit a significant amount of their wages to their home countries. And thus, there is no multiplier effect resulting from them spending back in the host country's economy. Mr. Speaker, can the Honorable Minister provide this House with evidence of any studies that were conducted to Guyana to show us the possible initial financial impact this motion or policy will have on the economy? I guess not. That is why we simply cannot support this motion at this time and in its current form. Let us look at the second aspect, Mr. Speaker. Housing. Guyana currently have an issue as it relates to housing for its citizens, with a backlog of over 70,000 applications for house lots. Therefore, if we have migrants coming to Guyana, how will the issue of housing for them be addressed against that of our citizens, some of which have applications from more than 10 years back? Has the Honorable Minister considered this significant issue? The third point, employment. Mr. Speaker, our University of Guyana had 2,500 persons graduating at the 2020 convocation, with over 80% seeking jobs. What are we doing for them? Mr. Speaker, charity begins at home. Mr. Speaker, when we have an influx of migrants, they will be competing for the already scarce job opportunities, putting our beloved citizens at a disadvantage. Mr. Speaker, with the increase in the population, there is going to be an increase in the demand for jobs. How will the government deal with this? Who will be prioritized and on what factors? Mr. Speaker, it is our position that these concerns must be addressed before we even consider this motion. Further, Mr. Speaker, the current minimum wage is $44,200 per month compared to the public sector minimum wage of $70,000 per month. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister is now proposing to introduce a third variable, that of price floors for jobs that are being done by second-class citizens. However, the Honorable Minister has not provided this House with any data on any studies that has been conducted by her or her colleagues to ascertain any possible negative impact price floors can have on the nation's business, as well as on the unemployment rate, especially if it is set above or below equilibrium wage. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I will not go into details of the other issues that were not addressed by the Honorable Minister. However, I will mention in passing, since they ought to be addressed before this motion is to be considered. These include education, health, utilities such as water, electricity and telecommunication, sanitation and waste, social cohesion, and safety and security of all migrants and citizens. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the many issues pointed out in my speech as it relates to migrants needs to be first adequately addressed before consideration be given to formalizing any migration policy. Any policy must be to benefit the resident population in Guyana, as well as to treat our citizens as first class. So until the Honorable Minister can provide full details on the government's plan to address these concerns, we simply cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shadow Minister Basdio. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Housing and Water, Naresh Sugrim, to give presentations.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The start of oil production in Guyana will see more migrating to the South American country in coming years, contributing significant increase in the demand for electricity, housing, and other supporting infrastructure. International migration pays dividends to sending countries, receiving countries, and migrants themselves. In receiving countries, it promotes innovation, boosts economic growth, and enrich social diversity. And it is a boon for public finance. General Recommendations number 30 of 2004 of the Committee of Elimination of Racial Discrimination at the United Nations calls on state parties to guarantee the equal enjoyment of the right to adequate housing for citizens and non-citizens, especially by avoiding segregation in housing and ensuring that housing agencies refrain from engaging in discriminatory practices. Migrants are particularly vulnerable to human rights violation, the enjoyment of housing being amongst the most endangered rights. Mr. Speaker, finding a safe and affordable place to live is an important aspect of successful structural inclusion for migrants in receiving societies. The availability, accessibility, and affordability of sustainable housing are well as likelihood of involuntary segregation that could lead to social exclusion, are important indicators of the quality of life of migrants in receiving cities. Immigrants are at risk of greater exclusion and discrimination in the housing market than natives. Low-income migrants and ethnic minorities are likely to settle in more deprived urban areas in poor quality housing and under conditions of overcrowding. Paying a higher proportion of their income to substandard housing, minority ethnic groups tend to rent rather than own their homes, a likely consequence of low, insecure incomes and sometimes uncertain legal status. This has been evident in Guyana, with many migrants, particularly from Venezuela, and Haiti struggling for proper housing accommodation. We, the government, propose the development of a long-term modern housing project that will ensure the opportunities for housing natural-born Guyanese citizens are taken care of, while providing affordable and modern housing schemes for migrants. The project is imperative to encourage high-skilled and educated migrants to come to our beautiful country. The modern housing scheme with sustainable development models will include excellent road networks, bridges, green spaces, and other modern amenities. Imagine a community that is self-sufficient with all the modern amenities: specialty hospital, banks, markets, well-lit, strongly built roads, and not of asphalt, but recycled plastics. And trees on every corner, parks designed for a modern era, electric hubs and other amenities, and all fully powered by solar, hydro, and wind energy. A major factor that has inhibited house construction and occupancy in Guyana has been the lack of proper infrastructure. Beneficiaries of land have been reluctant to move into schemes due to lack of facilities, particularly electricity and water. Additionally, we all know how dreadful it is to travel along the East Bank Road. During peak hours, traffic congestion along the East Bank Road and the Harbor Bridge may present significant economic challenges to families. For example, the Diamond Housing Scheme is located about 15 minutes away from Georgetown, but during peak hours, commuters spend an entire hour to reach to the city. This is due in large measure to poor infrastructure planning in the housing scheme and bottlenecks on the East Bank Demerara Public Road. Therefore, the government's policy will not only emphasize the distribution of house lots, but a total overhaul of other infrastructure systems to promote energy, sustainability, and modern development. To future stimulate migration, particularly among highly educated and skilled individuals, the government can either enter into public-private agreements with financial institutions to massively subsidize the cost of housing for teachers, doctors, and other professionals. This will not only benefit us by curbing the brain drain, but also aiding Guyana having more skilled professionals coming to our shores with positive social and economic benefits. Additionally, effective housing policies can expand employment in building sectors and foster local economic development. Housing programs can promote mixed-use neighborhoods with more economic opportunities and improve the function of urban labor makers. Improved housing programs can reduce segregation, ensure citizens' security, and better integrated neighborhoods and their residents. Mr. Speaker, be it resolved that we believe that the government will invest significantly in the development of modern housing schemes as Guyana prepares herself to become a beacon for migrants who come in search of a better life. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like us to take just 1 minute of my time in silence to recognize all the persons that are currently migrating from Afghanistan because of the inhumane activities that is happening there presently. With your permission, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is not only one...
Honorable member, I would like to believe you have less than 1 minute remaining.
Thank
Please
you,
wrap
Mr.
up.
Speaker. In closing, I would just like to say it's not only it's not only a duty of the government to care for its citizens, but internationally, there are many persons who are fleeing their countries, like we would have recognized. It is the humane thing to do. The least that we can do is provide a safe environment for those persons, be it whatever they are fleeing their country for or why they're here. They will contribute positively eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Housing and Water. I will now call on the Shadow Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Ashton Hussein. Shadow Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I start, I would like to say what is truly meant by a second-class citizen. We have been told, firstly, that the government would like to introduce a pro-migration policy. However, it's not in any of the resolution that was proposed by the government in the first place. We are saying, in fact, that we want these people to come in and work as doctors, Mr. Speaker. In that case, are they really still second-class citizens? It's as if we're taking people from first-world countries. Take it off. It's as if we're taking people from first-world countries and saying we want you to work here as some sort of ambassador. Because at this point, it is... Sorry, my bad. It is at this point that we're saying that instead we're trying to find more workmen and saying that our own people cannot do the work that we want. And then from further now, I would like to address the housing schemes that would be implemented along the low coastal plain and the Suez Dyke Highway, which is proposed by the government. Firstly, I would like to ask if the government has lent any thought to how the decision to convert farmlands to resident areas would impact food produce. Farmers in these areas make an abundance of our produce. We cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that if these schemes are built, these farms will have to either be downsized or removed in general. These farms produce our beef, pork, eggs, and chicken, which adds up to at least 40% of our poultry produce. Of course, we would not lose out on pine and coconut harvesting. While these products are abundant in our country, a lack of them in the area will result in a higher cost for them and will be sure to bring minor food shortages, causing the rest of the inhabitants to be in a state of inconvenience. Now, let's say we bring these migrants in and we house them in the supposed housing schemes we built for them. Now, as we know, a lot of the budget will have to be placed into that. So therefore, if, let's say, we take away the farmlands and food cost goes up, and also they start to have food shortages, who will the people blame? The migrants. Meaning that just like we've seen in first world countries such as the United States, hate will start to spread. People will start to go towards the second-class citizens, blaming them for what they have now. But of course, I always see that the government has a positive side of this as they want to help people. And I get that, and I really respect it. But I also want to ask you, do you have any idea where you're really putting the people in? We just had a motion speaking on climate change, and we know that sea level will rise, yet you want to put them exactly where that is abundant. The low coastal plain is also densely populated. Around 80% of Guyanese population is already there. You want to put these people, let's say you want to put a mouse in a room full of snakes. At this point, it is as if you're saying that you're just throwing them into a free-for-all because they have no support at this point. I'm sorry, my throat's getting dry. Anyway, with the increase in population in these areas, these will start to result in traffic congestion, land degradation, and waste management. All of this will start to see impactful growth rates. Second-hand citizens will also be exposed to risk when the sea level once again starts to rise up, destroying what they tried to build already. But I would like to ask, what would happen if we stopped putting all of our energy focusing on these low coastal areas and encourage residents to move inland? If we provide the necessities in our inland, such as schools, healthcare, securities, infrastructure, and all services alike, with the implementation of these services, people will start to move and Guyana as a country will begin to develop. And this will open more places for second-rate citizens to come and live. This will also open up job opportunities all over the country and also allow citizens who can't venture to Guyana's major areas and make use of their abilities elsewhere in the country. If implemented, Guyana can become even more diverse in terms of its people, as it have more developed areas to house all sorts of citizens. I have to move here.
Honorable member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, as I start to conclude, I'd like to ask that you consider all of the points that I'm taking, as I do not want to completely throw away the motion, because I see that it's made in pure of heart. We want to help people. We want to try our best to make Guyana a place where people can come in and actually live happily. So I'd like to please listen to what I've said and take it into consideration. Let's reconstruct the motion where we can house the citizens into places where they would be happy and free from the sea rising, and also free from any sort of hate that may come to destruction of any sort of farmlands. Therefore, I would end my presentation. My gratitude for hearing me out.
Thank you, Honorable Member Hussein. I now call on the Minister of Labor, the Honorable Giselle Williams, to make her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Human migration involves the movement of people from one place to another with the intention of settling permanently or temporarily at a new location. It's been established many years ago that the world's population is growing rapidly. Environmental and economic factors affect population density, distribution, and structure, which is where the act of migration comes into play, an act that spawns many benefits. The most pertinent ones surround the fact that migration helps home countries to develop a richer and more diverse culture, which helps to reduce any labor shortages within that country. This can benefit our nation rapidly because, according to www.statista.com, out of 2020, Guyana's unemployment rate is a whopping 15.82%, which is 12.8% increase from the first quarter of 2019. Honorable members, these skating numeric is but the beginning of a plummeting economy. Migration, however, can be our blanket of liberation. Studies conducted by bbc.co.uk have proven that migrants are more prepared to take on low-paid, low-skilled jobs. As the Minister of Labor, allow me to persuade you that its more developed form can help bring in revenue into Guyana's economy. This can come in the form of high or low-paid or skilled sources of revenue like tourism, entertainment, or marketing. Guyana's economy will benefit from a system which makes tourism more attractive and provides more transparency for foreign investment and a genuine need for foreign labor. Safety and security will be enhanced through a well-managed, easily traceable system, which prevents the unregulated inflow of non-citizens. The article written IOM, Our Nation's Migration Management, is summoned. The articles explore pronounced possibilities of migration management case studies. Permit me to read an extract from this article. Once completed, this study will enable Guyana's government to contextualize its local dynamics in job creation while identifying skill gaps in labor force. It is expected that because of the country's new resources, more laborers of all skill levels and members of the Guyanese diaspora will arrive to Guyana to take advantage of this emerging and complementary sectors. Therefore, data collected could then be used to manage labor, inflows, and recruitment. For a country with a with less than 800,000 people and a poverty rate of 40%. Such information is an invaluable tool for understanding how to more efficiently manage its socio-economic development. So you see, honorable members, migration can be the very thing we need to catapult this nation into a state of socio-economic stability. Mr. Speaker, immigrants are thus neither a burden to the public purse, nor are they a solution for addressing fiscal challenges. In most countries, except in those with a large share of older migrants, migrants contribute more in taxes and social contributions than they receive in individual benefits. Permit me to enlighten you on what this means for our beautiful country. This means that they contribute to the financing of public infrastructure, although immediately to a lesser extent than the native born. Contrary to widespread, have a better fiscal position. This is not driven by a greater dependence of social benefits, but rather by the fact that they have lower wages and thus tend to contribute less. The contribution of immigrants to human capital accumulation tends to counteract the mechanical dilution effect. Example, the impact of population increases on capital per worker. But the net effect is fairly small, including in countries which have highly selective migration policies. An increase of 50% in net migration of the foreign-born generates less than 1/10 of a percentage point variation in productivity growth. Look no further, honorable members. The facts are presented right here on a silver platter to you. It is our job now to monopolize this information for the social, economical, and financial revolution of this nation. Further, I say no more. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your presentation. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the Honorable Kira Mahadio, to close. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise once more to rebut the rash points brought forward by some of the members of the opposition. Take into consideration what migration did for the U.S. The first speaker spoke about economic impact. On the point of economics, housing, and unemployment, the honorable member should have paid attention to Guyana's many sectors that cannot be satisfied because because Guyana is underpopulated. There isn't much. What I'm trying to say is that Guyana doesn't have a lot of people so that you... So you're saying that there will be a competition for job opportunities, right? Guyana doesn't have the amount of persons that you claim it has. No, you didn't claim, but you did. You did mention about competition for job opportunities. My fellow minister mentioned that we want to implement a modernized housing plan. Wouldn't that create job opportunities since you claim that there will be a competition for job opportunities? We'll need carpenters, we'll need construction workers. Wouldn't that create job opportunities? May I remind you that migrants would have to pay taxes as well. So wouldn't that bring in revenue for the country? The final speaker unlike the others, he did not attempt to like he understood to a point what we were trying to say, and for once, comrades of the opposition, as we Guyanese like to say, finally hold one head.
Honorable members, standing order 28C.
He spoke to food shortages and second-class citizens, taking from the first class. But how can this be when we have a brain gain instead of a brain drain? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member, for your presentation. That concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Those against, nay. No. The noes have it.
Division.
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 Division clerk. Division clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Similar to earlier, I will now call the names of the members and ask you to vote.
Honorable member, there will be silence during the division and the clerk will now handle the proceeding. Thank you.
Mr. Rajkumar Kemraj.
No.
Ms. Calicia Fraser.
No, sir.
Ms. Savitri Ramlochan.
No.
Ms. Narissa Stewart.
No.
Mr. Aki Myers.
No, sir.
Mr. Romario Swetnam.
No.
Mr. Keshav Tiwari.
No, no, no.
Ms. Esla Moore.
No, sir.
Mr. Chandradat Jagdeo.
No.
Mr. Ashton Hussain.
No.
Ms. Alicia Singh.
No.
Ms. Bibi Wazide Yassin.
No.
Ms. Shania Mitchell.
No.
Mr. Amar Budram.
No.
Mr. Vikash Basdio.
No.
Mr. Vikash Budu.
No.
Mr. Chandradat Sipasad.
No.
Mr. Richard Bain.
No.
Honorable Oscar Adams.
Yes.
Honorable Ethan Pujadas.
Yes.
Honorable Tisha Davidson.
Yes.
Honorable Naresh Sogrim.
Yes.
Honorable Angela Ramudit.
Yes.
Honorable Kezia Albert.
Yes.
Honorable Purandial Umacharan.
Yes.
Honorable Giselle Williams.
Yes.
Honorable Kieran Williams.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Chitranjan Jaikisoon.
Yes.
Honorable Dante Wilson.
Yes.
Honorable Trevon Melville.
Yes.
Honorable Devishani Naipal.
Yes.
Honorable Marlon Phil.
Yes.
Honorable Babita Singh.
Yes.
Honorable Kira Mahadio.
Yes.
Honorable Tabitha Alves.
Yes.
Honorable Divine Ross.
Yes.
Honorable Malika Hussain. Sorry, Malika Russell.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 19 members voted in favor of the motion. 18 members voted against the motion, and 0 members abstained.
Honorable members, so be it. The motion is carried. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of our business on the order paper for today. Honorable Prime Minister, you may move the adjournment.
Speaker, I wish to move the adjournment of this assembly to 9 a.m. tomorrow, the 18th of August, 2021.
The assembly now stands adjourned to 9 a.m. tomorrow, 18th August, 2021.
Please be seated. What a wonderful day. What a wonderful day. I would just like to say that I am extremely proud of these young women and men we have before us. As I said earlier, that this is indeed a proud moment for me to be a part of this 6th Annual Youth Parliament. I see young leaders, promising leaders, and I would like you to continue forging on. I would like to give some recognition to our esteemed judges. I would like to first start with Mr. Neil Marks. If you can please stand, sir. Could you please stand? Thank you. Thank you. Let's hear it. Mr. Marks usually doesn't want to be placed in a position like that, but nevertheless, Mr. Marks has worked in the print and broadcast media in Guyana for the past 22 years. He currently works as a producer and editorial consultant with the newsroom while working as the Guyana correspondent for Reuters. Neil's work has appeared in the New York Times, BBC, and the UK Guardian. He is the intermediate past president of the Guyana Press Association. Mr. Marks serves as a project volunteer on community enhancement. Apart from English, Neil speaks Mandarin. He is an advocate for Creole language, and his goals include the establishment of community-based news hubs in Guyana's minority languages. Please give it up for Mr. Marks. I now call on Mr. Carl Greenidge. Mr. Greenidge. Thank you, sir. Mr. Carl Greenidge is currently Guyana's agent to the ICJ and advisor on the borders to the MOFA. This post follows 2 stints as the Minister of Finance and Planning and latterly Vice President and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guyana. He is a former co-president of the joint ACP-EU, Council of Ministers of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States and European Community. Returning to politics in 2011, he was a member of the 10th Parliament, at which time he served as the chairman of the PAC, the Economic Service Committee, and the Special Select Committee on Telecommunications. Could you please put your hands together for Mr. Greenidge? I now would like to call on our head judge, Ms. Indrani Chandapal. Ms. Chandapal served as a parliamentarian for 27 years. Let's hear it for her. During which time she was also the chief whip at one point on the government benches, a minister from 1992 to 2001. and serve as the president for the Inter-American Commission on Women. Yes, you can begin. And recently, the chairperson for the Women and Gender Equality. Let's hear it for Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today's session. This morning you were privy to robust debates by our young parliamentarians for the first sitting of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament. Please tune in via our social media pages at 9 a.m. for coverage of the junior category of the 3rd sitting for the 6th Annual Youth Parliament, and at 1 p.m. for the senior category, which is the 4th sitting of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament. Have a pleasant rest of the day from the Parliament Chamber. Goodbye for now.